mikrofon nie działa znowu jest problem z mikrofonem. Dajcie drugi mikrofon, zmienił baterię natychmiast. Zawsze jest tak samo.
Dear players, welcome from the round number 8. I have an announcement for you. The tournament sponsor of Romania Grand Prix decided to organize Blitz tournament. The Blitz tournament for all players interested will be on Saturday, 18 April, 9:30 p.m. at the 9:30 a.m. at the playing hall. So if you are interested to play 11 rounds, the rate of play 3+2. You can register yourself through the tournament website. The first prize is about 450 euro. I po polsku jeszcze powiem, turniej błyskawiczny organizowany przez firmę Mokatę. W sobotę o 9:30 rano na sali gry. Można się zarejestrować przez stronę turnirową 11 godzin po 3+2 i 3 minuty plus 2 sekundy i pierwsza nagroda po 450 euro. And we have a special guest to make a first ceremonial move today. Managers of the football team playing to Polish Extra League. President of the board of GKS Katowice, Sławomir Witek, and GKS Katowice football team coach, Rafał Burak. Please make the first move from the players. I wish you luck.
stadium, so it's nice to have all those athletes, important people, sports people from this region, this area. And yeah, let's go to the playing hall. Let's see the action there. We have players who are already seated and making moves, so we came at the right moment.
Yeah, let's have a look at the playing hall. We have 4 players on 6 points, and we're now in round 8, so it's getting very exciting. We actually have the top players, so we have them on board 1 and on board 6, because board 6 is the special board for the top Polish player, and that is why we have here on board 6 Jan Malik against David Anton Guerrero. And yeah, we see them here, and it seems like they started off with Italian, a very popular opening. And both seem to be pretty much in their preparation. Here we have board 2.
Yeah, just to go back and to say that the name of the manager of the coach is Rafał Gorak, and Katowice Football Club is playing this Extraliga, the main league. This is the stadium, 50,000 seats, and there are a lot of players who are passionate about chess, and yeah, Katowice is quite a stable, I would say, football club, and we can be happy that sort of they allowed us to use those premises for 2 weeks. Going back to chess, going back to the main thing, you mentioned that we have this board 6, but who would have expected that Polish player would lead this field with 6 out of 7, a huge actually achievement, so big kudos. So we can say that yeah, they can be very proud, and I believe that that was the right moment to have distinguished guests from local community. Going to the games, so let's check first board. We have Kačarava Nicolosi, who is having a splendid tournament, winning 2 important games in a row against strong players, and today he's playing against Sulejmanli, who will try to get this sharp position once again. When he's having a sharp position, he's sort of unstoppable, but basically this is a style of all Azeris players. You had Mamedyarov, Gashimov. They were all ones who were sort of attacking strongly and going for complications. So bishop c5, knight f6, e5, d5, knight e4 takes, bishop b6, and this is a known line.
Yeah, it's very popular these days.
Once again, is this strategy a good one? To exchange some pieces, probably it is. However, Aydin is a player who can even in a dry position come up with something sharp.
Yeah, it's very special. We saw it in the previous 2 games where it seems like nothing was happening. He was even in a worse position, and he somehow managed to get into to turn things around and get into a winning position instead. It was an absolute mess yesterday in his game against Daniel Darda. So now he's taking the white pieces against Nicolas Kačarava, who also, as you mentioned, has a really good tournament so far. And yeah, we're now in this known variation. So it's always a question when we're in this very popular line, which side is more preferable to play here? Who is playing for what? Perhaps Black is playing for a draw, but yeah, Aydin is. We know that Aydin is not going to take that draw that easily. The players want to fight and they want to get on top in the standings because, as we know, the top 20 qualifies to the World Cup. Very important tournament, and there's a lot at stake. So yeah, either some of the players might be taking it easy, but you know that Aydin is a different player. He's a very different player. We see him play on until the very end. And even when nothing seems to be happening, he somehow manages to turn things around. Queen d6 was played. Still in known territory. it's incredible to see how many games have already been played in this variation. And yeah, it's interesting to see the players are going for this. Earlier this tournament, we saw some games where the players deviated early on and played novelties very early on, or playing sidelines. But here, a very theoretical variation played many times. And yeah, for some reason, both players are okay to go for this line.
So, next one. What do we have here? We have a traditional line, cardboard structure. Usually bishop is on g5 in those lines. Knight can go to f3 or to stay on e2. It's sort of, yeah, I would say it's classical, not much to say. Here, King's Indian, h3 line, and now knight c6 is quite popular. Also classical line, you can imagine, I don't know, like, I don't know, Kramnik playing it, Aronian, all those guys, even Magnus. This one is a little bit more interesting, since we have this way where Ishik-chan is trying to avoid Kalashnikov. So the point here, if you play knight f3, I spend a lot of time, you know, trying to enter Kalashnikov or Labordone. The point is that here e5 is the move, and white plays knight b5. After knight e5, whenever you have pawn on d7, d5 is good, and you're fine against knight f5. So here, white can start knight c3, but the point is, if you go knight f6, d4, cd, knight d, e5, this is not the point of Kalashnikov. Since players who are playing Kalashnikov, they want to have in this line, after knight b5, d6, let's say knight c3, a6, knight a3, either to push b5 or to play bishop e7, and then there is no knight g5, bishop g5 stuff, or bishop e6. So basically with the black pieces, you're postponing knight f6. So here, if white tries to trick you and play knight c6, knight c3, then you don't want to play knight f6. But also if you play d6, then after d4, cd5, cd4, knight d4, e5, white can play knight f5, which was played with black pieces by Rajabov and some others. However, d5 can be played, yet it's not in one go. So this is the point. So here after knight c3, people who are playing Kalashnikov playing e5. However, this allows bishop c4 line, and then, for example, I don't know, bishop e7, castles, knight f6. I need to go bishop e7 first. If I go knight f6, then knight g5 is an issue. So that's why I first need to go bishop e7, castles. And now after knight g5, knight f6, I can go knight g5, castle. So this is the point. And then there is a line of, I don't know, d3, d6, f4 stuff. This is how it goes, this main line. And white is slightly better. It's a bit unpleasant, although Magnus was always doing great in those lines. However, here white can also go and play d3, and then this maneuver to e3 and to jump to d5. And then there were some players who were saying, okay, hang on, let me play knight c3. If you go knight c6, I go knight e2. I need to take this move order, since if I go knight e2 immediately, there is knight f6, e5 is bad due to knight g4, and if you go knight c3, there is d5 line. So I need to take this move order of first knight c3, since now after knight f6, e5 is good. So you need to go knight c6, and then if I go knight f3, you transpose with d5, I can go knight e2. And now whatever you do, I'm playing d4, knight f6, d6, and so on. If you play e5 now, it's a different. Now I can go knight g3, or I can start jumping to d5, and then this knight goes where it belongs. I don't have knight on f3. So no one is playing e5. I spent some time analyzing knight d4 to stop this d4, and it's actually Rossolimo tempo down, but it was playable.
Wow.
So I'm sharing my knowledge. I know about this. So I don't know anything more about what I just said. I don't play professionally anymore, so I can reveal the secrets, but this is how I spent, you know, big part of my preparations and stuff. So here, in hindsight, now when you see knight f6, so he cannot play Kalashnikov, and you go d4. Mm-hmm. And this was the way how to avoid Kalashnikov, and now we are getting into Sveshnikov. So white sort of, you know, avoided it. Maybe that was not black's intention, but at least it can go. Same goes, for example, you have lines where someone is playing d4, d5, and there are players who after c4 they take, and on knight f3 they go a6. And this is very hard line to break. And when you sense this, you go knight f3, and now after a6 you can switch to London, you can switch to sort of Catalan, you don't need to go c4. And if he goes knight f6 now, you go c4, it's not the same line, since after it takes e3 and you take on c4. So, you know, we had this feeling where my opponent, or for example, my opponent prepared Albin counter gambit, c4, e5, and then you come to the game and you sense this. I cannot explain you that feeling that you sort of avoided opponents, perhaps sometimes by accident or by a feeling.
Yeah.
So here, if, I don't know, was it planned, but white avoided black's potential Rossolimo line.
Makes sense, yes.
Now they are in Lasker, or Sveshnikov, 95 famous Caruana versus Carlsen, their match in London, World Championship match. Magnus was playing at that time fabulously. How this line was developed, so Lasker was considered at some point dubious. There were a lot of theories, and white was pressing, and you know who made it popular again? Boris Gelfand in his match versus Vichy Anand. He came with this line, although he had in his camp only d4 players. So he had Tomaszewski, Elyanov, Rothstein, Husman, they are all d4 players. But he actually, you know, focused on this Sicilian, started to play Sveshnikov, and then Magnus also used it for a World Championship match. I think that this, you know, Sveshnikov gives you, you know, chance to kill the game. However, if white opts for this 95, which was Fabi's choice, you need to have a concept to play this position, which is not so like you know, equal or straightforward. You need to play for long-term compensation sometimes. And Boris was prepared to do so. Magnus was prepared to do so, although at that time Magnus had this image of like player who is controlling the opening, who is trying to play some endgames, but this actually is super sharp. And a4 was played in that match. And basically Magnus was doing great. He showed some nice things. Also, for Sveshnikov, to enter Sveshnikov, Boris needed to prepare Rossolimo, and I was so impressed after his first, that World Championship match. He lost in a tiebreak versus Vichy. I asked Vichy a little bit about some details, and you have this movie I was mentioning, this documentary, Album 61. So then afterwards he played in London Classic, and he played versus Mickey Adams, and the way how he handled Sveshnikov line with knight c6, Rossolimo line with knight c6, e6, it was fabulous. This is like a new treatment of position. Then Pavel Alyanov started to play all those seconds started to play afterwards. Probably the contract was terminated and you were allowed to play that line.
Wow, so interesting how that goes.
So this is actually something very, very interesting, if you ask me. Where else to go? This is an interesting position. This one we covered, classical one, King's Indian, Jonas, okay, classical stuff, Vignir, lot of now, I would say, classical things. Rook b8, it was played by Gumolarts, maybe round number 2, something like that. exactly this
Yeah.
move, rook b8, and he just win the game convincingly. Ufa is playing this line, Kovalenko is back to business. I don't know where to go. This is Najdorf Sicilian, by the way. Today would have been Miguel Najdorf's birthday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He was born on this day. Fabulous player and very intriguing one. I will just share one like detail of his life. Due to the Second War breakout, he needed to leave. Actually, he was in South America playing some chess tournament, but his family, Polish origin, was still in Poland. They went through Holocaust and all those tragical stuff, if I'm not mistaken. So he was in South America, and they didn't know that he's alive. And at that time, news were not coming so easily. You could not get in contact and so on. And he was afraid. He was not sure what's going on with his family, and he has found a way to how to inform them that he's alive. You know what he did?
How did he manage? Like by playing a tournament?
He said, "I will break a record of blindfold simul."
Wow.
And he practiced like a maniac, and then he broke a record, maybe 40 games, something like that, and then that hit the news, and his family found out that he's alive.
Oh, wow,
this
so
is a story.
impressive.
Yeah. So I was, as I said, I was very impressed. Miguel was in 1950. That was the Olympiad in former Yugoslavia. Tito was head of the organization. Miguel came with Argentinians, and there was one exhibition. There is a one-person collector who collects all the memorabilia from that Olympiad, and there was a stage at Olympia. By the way, Dubrovnik is Game of Thrones venue, and I was so impressed on 70th anniversary, so in 2020. So I came to pay a visit of that exhibition. Plus, in Federation, we had all the signatures of the players, and you could find, I don't know, Eve,
Wow.
Bronstein, I don't know who else is playing.
Okay.
So that was actually that was cool period, and I'm a big chess fan, so I always eager to find some new things. So Ivanchuk is playing this line, also quite known. This e4, d5 takes e5, knight f3. Okay, white is sort of waiting to take this way or that way. Korobov, this should be an interesting game, and it already is.
Wow.
Anton is ready to play something super sharp. Stoček. This is a glitch.
Transmission error.
Yeah. Yeah, probably, yeah. This was not played. What Kwaparadze is a player to follow? Okay, this is a more challenging.
Wow, this is very special.
Yeah, this is quite known line. However, very, very sharp. Maybe we can just tell to the viewers, so once again, standings and sort of pairings. So top two boards are basically Suleimani versus Kačarava and Polish player Malek with the black pieces versus Anton Hiharo. And then we have a big group of 5.5 points.
Yeah, it's up until board 13, which is so impressive. I mean, it goes to show how strong this tournament is. We have over 500 players and so many grandmasters. Earlier, I took the players bus, and it's so funny to see how in the bus there's so many grandmasters that appear out of nowhere. And yeah, they were all heading to the playing venue. And yeah, it goes to show it's such a special tournament, so many strong players, and all these lower-rated players get to have a chance to play against the strongest from Europe. And we have almost around 100 grandmasters playing here, so very impressive tournament. And besides the World Cup qualification spots, there's also a huge prize fund of 100,000 euros. So with a lot at stake, and the rounds we're far advanced in the tournament. We have only a couple of rounds left until the end. And the last few rounds, this is the most exciting part, because we will see now who prevails and who doesn't end up catching up to the leaders anymore.
Yeah, players will try to push, especially today and tomorrow, because on Friday there is a second free day, and then they will have this final 2 rounds where they will try to clinch the title or desired results. So, yeah, clashes are now sort of very even, and it's not so simple to claim this favorite role. However, they need to risk. They need to try. Since for many of them, if they were like having a weaker start, for many of them it's important to, to win games, since it's not there is no point here to be, I don't know, like on a good 45th place and gaining 5 rating points. It's not about that. It's about qualifying. It's about trying to get the title. So I believe that players will risk, especially those players, as I said, who are having shaky start. Is there any game that we should check? How about Pantsulaja versus Andersen? When Pantsulaja is black, he's always playing something which gives chances to the opponent more against 1d4. Here he has opted for this stable Caro-Can. Gavrilescu Ignac, Teodora suffered yesterday a loss. However, she's doing very well in this event. But I believe that David will try to win this game, so we might get an interesting one, and also with chances for Teodora.
Yeah, she's also down on time quite a bit already, so she seemed to be surprised in the opening.
Yeah, where to go? Anything you want to check? Any game which is super interesting besides our top boards?
It's interesting because yesterday, by now, we already had some results. Some games ended in a draw, but today the players are fighting, which is very interesting to see. No more short draws, at least not as of now. Although the first board might, I don't know, it's a very theoretical line. Many draws have been played in this position, so I'll be very curious to see how the first board develops.
Okay, let's go back. So let's check that first one. Okay, king a little bit exposed, black's king. 2 knights, some small pressure. Not big, however, I believe this Suleimani will find a way to create some dynamics.
And this position is still known. There are 13 games in the database, and only 1 game of those ended in a win for white. The rest was a draw. So that's why I'm curious how Aydin will handle this position, because we've seen him create chances out of nowhere, and in this game he might do the same thing. Although Nicolas Ikacerava has been playing fantastic chess so far. He has played, his last 2 games were amazing, and it's amazing to see him on the first board. He fully deserves it. But now, as the tournament keeps going, as the rounds are progressing, the pairings get tougher, because if you win your games, you face opponents that also win their games. So that's the challenge, to keep up in the standings. And Queen d6 is also the move that is played in all the other 13 games. And now the knight is under attack, so Aydin should defend it with rook e1. That's at least played in all the other games. And oftentimes what you see is when there's such a theoretical line, if you deviate with 1 move, it might be the wrong move, and it can go downhill fast. I can see the danger of the pawns in the center of black. But at the same time, the knights can be very good defenders against those pawns. And yeah, it's a very balanced position. But yeah, I wouldn't be so unhappy with black. I think I would like my position with black very much. Nicolas also stood up and is walking around as we see on the camera. So even though he spent some time, he seems to be quite confident here. Let's see if we can check a different game, because for now these players are still playing the top moves of this line.
Yeah, let's check something else. It's hard to discuss this one. This is so typical. Black can play a5, and at some point when white plays f3, an important resource is that black reacts with c5. So, for example, after short castle, if you push c5, this is slightly better for white. Yet, if you play f3, then c5 is much more comfortable for black in this kind of position. So this is typical, this waiting game. Maybe white can also go long castle, but this a3 doesn't help, so black is coming fast. So usually they castle short.
Wow, already going for the attack here. Very interesting pawn march by Katowice. And bishop d3 seems to be a new move. Up until that point, the position was played many times by top players. But bishop d3 is a new move, and it's still more than fine for white. White seems to be opting for this attack on the king side. I wonder where white's king is heading to, because on the king side, it should not be safe if you're planning to attack there. On the queen side, it might run into some trouble, but at the same time I don't see how black can play here easily, because black is missing quite some space.
Yeah, I like it a lot. So this is like full-blooded game. Everything goes.
Yeah.
Okay, this game might get complicated. Very, very soon, probably. The first one, how about...
This position is also known position. Today, the players are playing theory. They're not playing anything. I mean, still, there are some crazy positions, but most of those games are very theoretical. Already played many times. And this game might be heading to a draw as well. Do you think there's any chances here for white?
Okay. It looks quite drawish. And probably it's well known.
I see two games that were won by white. All the others ended in a draw. So I believe it was Daniel Friedman who managed to win this position with white against Andrei Zigalko.
Okay, this is like historical game for sure. It must be some blitz game for. It must be something. Friedman to win this position versus Zigalko. I'm very surprised that it must be a blitz game.
Might have been. It was a really nice game by Friedman.
How it went?
So bishop takes, king takes, yes, this is how it went, f5. Rook ac1, king d7, knight b5. And here black made the blunder knight d5, because this allows rook c7.
But it must be a blitz game. No chance that Zigalko would miss this.
Now I want to see.
No,
it might have been the European Rapid Championship.
yeah, it must be. It must be a blitz or rapid. I would go for blitz, not even for a rapid. Yeah, okay. So they are repeating a bit. I believe it will be a draw. Yeah. So black probably just, f5 was played, right?
Yeah.
Rook a to c1 will be played. King d7, maybe fine move, and after knight b5. So the threat is rook c7. So some rook c8.
Yeah, that seems to be the right
And
move.
knight a7 takes, or probably takes. I don't know. Maybe even I was thinking is knight a2 or king d7. Knight a2 probably is also good enough. Rook c7, king takes d6, knight b5, king goes somewhere, I don't know, e5. Yeah, it will be a draw. But normal strategy from Dudin, although I don't know. Okay, I'm not the one who will try to, to give advices to those players. Yeah, if you want to qualify, you need to risk even against Donchenko. He is a great player, no question. However, no chance to qualify without taking risks against him.
Yeah, yesterday we saw that you need at least 7.5 points to have a chance to qualify for the World Cup. The top 20, the lowest player in the top 20 had 7.5 points, but there were a lot of players with 7.5 points that missed out on qualifying for the World Cup. So with 8 points, you should be safe more or less. Obviously, it depends on what the opponents do, but I think a good benchmark is reaching 7.5 at least if you want to have a chance. If you have 7 points, you're out. That's for sure. So yeah, making draws, it can help, but at some point you have to win, and then you have to find an opponent that you can win against. And especially when you have the white pieces, you want to try to fight for the win. With the black pieces, it might be a little bit more difficult, but we have seen games where black managed to completely outplay the opponent. Even if the opponent is very strong, it can still happen. But this opening does not seem to be very ambitious. So, yeah, it would make sense that this ends in a draw.
Let's move on. Let's see how Edis Gurel is doing. It will be an interesting game. Not much has changed. Waiting, and black will try to push f5. a5 is also possible. By the way, Dudin just played rook a to c1. Donchenko is off the board. An empty board. There was one case when arbiter didn't know that the game is in progress, or someone and started to adjust the pieces.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's not an easy job as well. As arbiter, you need to take care of many things.
We have one game that ended in a draw on board 51, actually, which is surprising. You wouldn't say...
51?
Yeah, you wouldn't say that they would make a draw on those boards.
One of Mastro's brothers, Dimitrios, very good player, stable player, but also a player who plays this solid chess. With white, he squeezes, with black, he holds. He can also win in counter attack. I think at the moment he's underrated, but very stable and very good player. Also, his brother, Athanasios. I played against Athanasios, I think. So, if white didn't want to risk, Dimitrios is not to do the same.
He did play
Not
6
ready, yeah,
draws.
to do something else.
Yeah.
Very stable player.
Mm.
And if I'm not mistaken, he's living around here.
Oh.
Any game to keep an eye on while we are waiting for the main boards. Yeah, I'm searching for something, but I don't see anything super tangible. We have in Sosa versus Moroni, we were mentioning both players, Moroni having a tough day yesterday, blundering a whole rook, and also Sosa, who was having a birthday yesterday. And 95, this is in Shansa Garcian style against Teodora Ignac yesterday, knight d5. This is
Wow.
typical in this fianchetto, that this knight d5 and white is first to come. Since what's going on? So black is basically developing the queen side. To pair it at this diagonal, he needs to play b5, bishop b7. But at the same time, white is putting pressure and finishing his development, getting chance to bring the rook to e file. And now d6 castles, g6, rook e1, and knight d5 will come in all those scenarios. I'm not saying this is just you know, winning one, but it's putting a pressure.
Wow, it's very impressive that it all works out, because it seems that it's simply losing the piece, and after take 6, only the e file opens up, and that's it. So yeah, very nice find by Sosa. Very strong player, and yeah, it's definitely the game to pay attention to. And Moroni has been thinking for quite some time. He's down on the clock by 20 minutes, and it makes sense. He doesn't like his position. Neither the computer likes it. And yeah, if you don't capture the piece, what else is there? Especially since g6 has been moved, the dark squares are weak on the king side, and this is where white will try to benefit from this. I wonder what happens if takes. Do you think black will take, or let the knight stand there?
You basically don't want to take.
You don't want
You
to.
know when you are taking, when something went wrong and you don't know where to go, and then let's take it, let's be a piece up. If my opponent misplayed it, at least I will get the material.
Yes.
So you don't want to be like under attack for free.
Yeah.
Let's at least, get something. So here you would have taken only, as I said, if not desperate, but you are unhappy with the outcome.
For example, in Teodora's game, it seemed clear why knight d5 was good, but here it doesn't seem as clear.
Okay, probably some bishop g5 to force f6. Oh, I'm already making a mistake. So maybe I need to include dc, knight goes to c6. Maybe this is the way to go. Knight c5, knight d4. Start jumping here, and you don't need to be so smart to play this position. You can just keep up with normal moves. When your opponent comes to f6, you play bishop s6.
Right, and black can't castle.
So king f8 is possible. This is the way to go. So maybe I need to spend some more time. So after bishop e7, the point is to go king f8. Now I will need to think, how can I stop that? So how can I prevent black from playing king f8? Is there any way to do that? I can take on c5 and go queen d4. Okay.
True.
So I found a way. And this is how actually you are coming up with plans. So you see details. Chess is about being creative, solving problems. That's why we are always saying that chess as a tool helps you in problem solving stuff. So you see the problem, you're trying to find a solution, then you're getting new information, so you're reassessing your concepts. And I believe that logics can help you a lot. People do think that Magnus and all those top players, they know everything about everything and they can throw the best moves in any position, but it's not. So they're just collecting more information and they're faster in that process. So imagine, that you are sort of searching for something in your flat, but you're in the dark. And then by getting more information, you turn on the lights and suddenly you see, oh, there is...
You see everything.
Yeah. So this is actually, oh, there was a thread that I hit my head somewhere. Now I see it. So your decision is better when you have more information. You enlighten yourself. So that's about that. So to find logic. So first logics would be here, what's my opponent? When you start to make a serious improvement, it's when you include your opponent in process of thinking. Grandmasters are having that inner talk that you sort of speak with yourself. I have sometimes situations that I'm asking my student without mentioning any square, and he's finding the best move. So I ask him, what's black's strat? What black wants to do? What would be his next 3-4 moves? What's your goal? What's your dream? How about your pieces? Which piece is good? Which piece is bad? How about your opponent pieces? How about structure? And suddenly he's just answering all the questions and then giving me the right solution and best moves. But then I'm saying, I cannot do it during the game. I cannot come to the playing hall and say, listen, buddy, how about those questions? You need to do it yourself. And this is actually the skill you need to have. So grandmasters, as I said, are trying to collect as much information as possible, and then decision comes as a final crown of that process. So here I would think that black wants to run from the X-ray, so king f8, maybe even to g7. Okay, which options I have to stop him? And then suddenly candidate moves are coming. Oh, I can come with the queen to d4. This provokes something. If he goes knight f6, I go bishop h6, and I'm stopping. And suddenly process is created and it's ongoing, and you're coming up with something. So it's about skill. It's not about just throwing all the best moves. So moves are just crowns of process. This is important to figure it out.
Yeah, and back to your story, it helps so much to do commentary as well, because as you break down the position, everything becomes more clear. And this is a skill it's really important to have, especially during your own game, which is a bit difficult to translate because we have limited time. Here at the commentator's desk, we can talk about the lines endlessly. But at the board, at some point, you have to make a decision, and it's not easy to do that in the limited time that the players have.
Yeah. Actually, we cannot now, be silent for 5 minutes and try to figure things out. And as I said, the point of this broadcast is to offer to you, dear viewers, what's actually worrying players, where they are trying to go, what they want to achieve, and then you have better feeling about the current situation. So that was an interesting one.
Bishop g7 was played, by the way.
So Luka didn't take on g7. It's funny how, as a grandmaster, you can be totally lost after 10 moves. Totally lost, +2 after
Still
10
to
moves.
this day.
Yeah. So what does this mean? This means that there should be a killer blow. So let's find it together. Bishop g5 springs to mind immediately to lock the things. So that would be my first choice, but then f6 maybe. I'm not sure that this is the right, so then I'm switching to something else. How can I make a breakthrough? I can target d6, so bishop f4 comes as a candidate. So I spotted another target. If you go e5, I'm having a nice outpost, and probably I will just exploit this even more. So if you protect, let's say queen b8, then I see some x-rays.
Yeah, they take c5 comes to
Yes,
mind.
and I'm slowly building it up.
Yeah.
So knight d5, bishop g7 is currently on the board, and Sosa is playing the move, or he's about to play it.
Yeah, he's still
Bishop
thinking.
will go to f4, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, now the bishop went to g7, the pawn on d6 is not defended anymore, and yeah, with bishop f4, not only are you attacking the pawn on d6, you're also preparing d takes c5, which is also a very big threat. So yeah, very nice position already for Sosa. And yeah, very creative idea. I mean, he had this very safe setup at first, but as soon as g6 was played, he was ready to strike in the center with d4, opening up the position and exploiting the fact that black doesn't have a good development. So let's see what he decides to do here. I believe bishop f4 and bishop g5 are the main. He also plays so quickly, which is very good. I believe he hadn't had a good tournament so far, but with this game, it's looking really good.
Yeah. Everything, you know, is now working for white, and now Moroni is coming. He needs, I would say, more than small coffee. So something more is needed. And he will now start to dig. It's not simple to run away from this position.
Yeah, how does
So
he get out of
tough.
this?
Yeah. What else to check? Is there anything already quite sharp? We might see it. Let's check Korobov. Which board is him?
Board 17.
Yeah, let's see how he's doing.
Oh, he's up on time by quite a bit already.
Yeah, this 98 is classical, actually. This can happen in many ways. For example, it can be from, I don't know, queen b6 Sicilian, let's say, this line. And then you have queen b6 played by Judith Polgar, by many others. And you then, after bishop e3, you retreat the queen and you move on. Similar like it has happened here. The knight is on b3, but white just pushed e5 and a4, provoking b4. Quite a strong row, right? We have Abbasov, Kovalenko, Hovhannisyan, Yufa, many strong players.
Yeah.
It's funny, you know, there were some tournaments where they were using this American Swiss. And then you have, like, usually it was connected with huge tournaments. I think Capella Grande was doing it that way. So the system is that you have two groups. Maybe I will say something wrongly now, so I'm apologizing in advance. So you have two groups, I don't know, 500 in one group, 500 in the second, and then they connect at some point. So they're playing like their own tournaments, and then after fourth round, they connect. And suddenly you have a player who is having 3 points, but his rating is 1900. And then he's catching, I don't know, someone from that group of 2.5, and then you get grandmaster. I don't know exactly, but it was always funny. And at that some point, then you will get like top players who are sitting on board 60, and then you have like 19 players who are sitting on board 40, because of this concept. So this
Wow.
American Swiss, it's so funny, you know.
Wow, I want to experience that someday. That's
I
very
think
funny.
that Cannes Open was played with American Swiss. Actually, a lot of I played in France, and I think, of course, also in US.
Wow, I've never heard of it before. I heard of the name, but I thought, oh, okay, another format that I don't understand.
No. American Swiss
Okay.
is so funny.
Wow.
And I don't know, I think that France is not using chess results, and it was also, they have this Grill American or something like that, and you could not find the standings and results. It was not like, I see that some countries are still using their own system, like Italy and France, and it's cool. Actually, you know, it also gives you some feeling that you are abroad.
Yes.
So when you go to Italy, you see that they are using some other like pairings program, and it's funny, you know.
Yeah.
So Korobo is thinking after a4. He's not, of course, so surprised. So he knows some actually setups, so he's just checking Ivanchuk and Boruchovsky. Let's see how my paddle opponent is doing. Okay, having a good position. He's fast as lightning. When you think that the point is over, he comes down and somehow catch the ball. Stoček Muradli, this game for sure must be sharp at some point. Stoček is a very interesting player. Actually, he was, you know, so close against Pragnananda European Club Cup 2 years ago. He was playing so well that game. He was a pawn up, and it was a really tough game for Pragnananda. Will Darda manage to come back?
Given the position and the time situation, I have my doubts.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Wow.
Gumularts, what has happened here? Who knows?
King d8. The king is on an adventure.
This is also quite common in Nimzo Indian when you have blocked center and then king goes to c7 because castling is like dangerous, and you need to have rook to play a5 at some point. Where to go, what to check? How is Kovalenko doing? Kempinski Kovalenko. This is an old school encounter. When I started to play, like, I don't know, being FM at that time, you know, famous Polanica Zroj tournaments. I know one year that was round robin at that time, quite known in Poland. Fedorov started, I think, Alexei with, I don't know, 0 out of 6.
Oh.
Kempinski was already a 26 player. Whom else? Okay, Bartek Maciejak, he's around here as a coach. He was already a good player, known player. Krasenko, top player, fabulous player at his best. Sicilian, hanging pawns in the center and those kind of things with white pieces, so inspiring to follow him. And okay, then you had this generation coming later of Bartel, I don't know, Piorun, Wojtaszek and others. But yeah, Polish grandmasters, it was interesting to follow them at my youth age.
Yeah, and nowadays they are also very interesting to follow. The Polish players are so strong. And yeah, we have so many of them playing here. We have over 150 Polish players, which makes sense because it's a big chess country. But also the tournament is in Poland. We're here in Katowice. So the Polish players get an opportunity to play against some of the strongest players from Europe.
True. So next to Korobov is Alexakis with the black pieces, who is under attack of Santos Latasa Jaime. You know, this is like typical position where everyone would love to be white. So since it's a pattern, it's a known concept that you have two knights, you're pushing h4, are you to bring rook or to avoid if black plays h6, you sort of ignore it. Bishop is here, another bishop. So it looks really scary. I believe that white is also hoping to come with his queen to the king side. So it's very promising for white. However, black might have something else in mind to hold. Looks very unpleasant.
Yeah, it's interesting. At least the white king is not going anywhere, so that is something that black can take advantage of. But at the same time, it looks like a very unpleasant position for black. White has a clear plan, attacking on the king's side. The h-pawn might move forward. Yeah, it's not an easy position. I think after yesterday's tough loss for Jaime Santos Latasa, I'm sure he's ready to fight today and to strike back, to join the top players again, because with yesterday's loss, he jumped down a little bit in the standings, but it's not over yet. We still have a few games to go in the tournament. And for now, he's up on the clock with quite a bit of time.
Yeah, let's try to grasp the logic. So what should black do? Some of the concept when you're under attack that you should exchange some pieces. So how can I exchange some pieces? Also, this knight on a7 looks totally misplayed. So I will need to bring it as soon as possible. And I don't see how. So how to get a play here?
Yeah, I want to start with bishop d6, but I'm worried that it's white can simply play something like rook d1 and defend the bishop.
I would have thought about taking on d4 and trying to exchange something. So this would be my first option. You take with the bishop. Can I go bishop c5? Okay, I'm playing with fire. Trying to exchange something. However, it really might. This allows rook c5, so this is not the move. So probably engine sees something special here already. I don't see it. Okay, maybe bishop b2. Just simple chess and queen f4 as I mentioned. So that would be my first step. Okay, I'm not happy with it. I would even thought for a second to sack a pawn, if it's really fire alarm. What else? If I go g6, you push h5, I'm playing with fire. If I go h6, this looks like a move.
It doesn't help.
Yeah, it doesn't help, so I'm giving actually some time. So, candidate moves. I cannot move the knight since f7 is hanging. I can try to bring the piece, so I can go rook c7 trying to hope for best, but it's too slow. Okay, what else? Bishop d5 with the idea, some idea of c5. And you know which option, if I'm not happy?
What is it?
Take on g2. Blasphemy, but at least as
Just
I said,
take the pawn.
as I said, so this is like a last option to take
It's
the
not
pawn.
even the worst.
Yeah, it's not the worst, I know. Yeah. And just play, and if I lose, at least, you know,
You tried.
opponent will have some time, also some doubts, is he playing the most precise way to attack. So that would be like practical. Bishop g2 is a practical decision. If you don't know what to do, you're unhappy with everything, take the pawn, you're risking to be crushed. However, at least your opponent will have this feeling that he's playing for 3 results. There is a chance that he loses a game.
I was thinking maybe I can target this b5 pawn. I want to start with something crazy. Queen e8 and bishop a6.
Queen e8 is a totally reasonable move. Totally reasonable move.
Not good enough.
Not good one, but a reasonable move. Okay. How about queen d5? Have I mentioned that?
Not yet.
Just like asking what will white do. Obviously white has something.
Maybe just e4, d5.
Okay, true. So what is the best move?
I believe he took the pawn on d4, so he also didn't find it.
Okay, a reasonable one. What can be the best move? Is there a better move? Maybe not. Aha. No, but
You found something?
no, but that cannot be a move. I was thinking something stupid, but I don't see the difference.
Maybe like h5.
Yeah. I'm thinking now about that move. But this can be a move. Why h5 is better than h6?
Maybe because you have knight g4, but
Yeah.
yeah, you have to try something.
No, I'm thinking about this, and this is not the move. So tough. You see? You mentioned bishop d6. Why is that bad?
Rook d1, and it doesn't help.
Okay. Hang on. If rook d1 is a move, I'm still not sure that this is so bad. Reasonable.
It doesn't help. Like
Yeah.
the idea is to take on e5, but if you
Yes.
can't, then maybe bishop d5.
Yeah. Did I mention rook c7? Yes, I did.
Yes,
You see,
yes.
now I have all the moves live. So, and I proposed 10 moves and still not. I'm not sure what engine. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, misleaded by engine who is changing the assessment when I make a move. So I'm now really curious. I don't believe that some queen c7 can be the move. Although you never know, it can.
Maybe it is c takes c4. I think the engine is changing the assessment a little bit.
Yeah, because I don't see any other way. Queen c7. So
Yeah,
cd4
there's no
should be
other
the
move.
best move.
Okay.
Now after bishop d4, something.
Actually, one game was played like this.
Really?
Yes, and black played queen d5. Which is fine.
Yeah, but this knight on a7. Okay, the thing is, as I said, I don't want to, try to show myself and like being super smart. In hindsight, I would have done it something different. Let's just without engine. I will just check. I'm not watching engine now. Let me check what I would have done it before. So this is normal. Normal. Knight b8 would be my favorite here now. I don't know, is it so bad? That would be my first move.
Yeah, it makes more sense. It has more prospects from b8.
So knight a7, I would be very careful. Okay. Yeah, it's already, if you ask me, it's already unpleasant here. So maybe already now, so knight b8, if you play the same, I don't know, taking on c4, something like knight d7, or maybe even c6 immediately. Maybe even knight d7 maybe first, or c6 first, or even b6. And then bishop b7. However, I would maybe burn some time and try to get into this position, which is a little bit like more challenging. For maybe c5 is also a move. This I don't know. Sometimes it is, but c6 probably it's a little bit better. It's like looks a little bit more with the point. Okay, going back, let's briefly check our main games. Is Aydin ready to come up with something?
This is still theory.
Really?
Yes.
Crazy amount of theory. Crazy amount, really. Okay. Then we have Deak playing old school variation. You know what are the chances that this game ends up in a time trouble? Like 100%. And I can even say that, okay, let me try to guess. So they will have both like less than 10 minutes, and that will be like 21st move. So they will play like 10 more moves maximum till last 10 minutes.
Wow. That's not a lot, especially in this position.
For sure they will find a way how to burn time. And then Blitz, who is a better Blitz player, there is no chance that this game won't have a severe time trouble. Knowing both players. Okay, maybe Eduardo will be on a better side in terms of time management. However, Deak for sure will be on less than 10 minutes, as I said, in few more moves.
They're very close in blitz rating, by the way, so I'm curious to see if we get to this.
Yeah, so nothing will happen for a while here. How about Kozakuski? Hard to say. I would love to be black in this position, but I also understand white's logics. Yeah, here nothing is going on.
Yep.
How they say this in police movies. Move away, nothing to see, you know, at the crime scene. So here, move away, nothing to see.
Yep.
Gurel Addis versus Ishik-chan. It will take some time. Malek, yeah, classical position. I don't know where to go. This is also a classical position, which we will see. Okay, this is not so classical. What's going on here? How about those four knights?
Wow.
Is some kind of magnetic field there? They got, you know, grouped at the same place.
Yeah, there's quite some tension here with the knights, but yeah, the queen doesn't have much help on g5. c7 pawn is hanging, so
Yep.
black needs to take care of that, which is not very easy. Because if you move the knight to e8, let's say, to defend, then the e4 pawn is falling.
How?
So yeah, if you play, let's say, knight
But
e8.
he played queen g5 here, so he's counting.
Maybe he didn't expect knight d5 because
Yeah.
knight takes e5.
Yeah, this is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Rook e4.
Maybe he wasn't counting on knight d5 and he thought the knight has to move somewhere. Other knight.
But it's funny, so Vignir was playing on board number 1, right? As
Yes.
a sole reader, and now he's already in second row. It's so tough to stay
Yes.
at the top.
Very harsh. And both players were here in the studio and now they're facing each other.
So yeah, what will Vignir play?
He probably needs to take on e5.
Yes, yes. But then this knight is a bit loose. If you take, queen takes, knight c7, and then some, or f4 first. Is this winning? Yes.
Wow.
Cannot
The queen
take,
has no
and
good score.
yeah, wherever queen goes, it's coming for a fork or a e8. Tough position. Maybe first test for Stefansson. How to come out from this position. Knight d5 was played.
Yeah, not easy.
This one, another knight on d6. So everyone likes to have it there. Lodici, we mentioned this rook b8. Jufa, having a normal position, but this is typical tricky one. Abbasov is quite doing well. However, it's static. It doesn't mean that black is better, no matter what the engine says.
Knight g5. Wow.
Kovalenko being super creative.
I like it, but the computer is not approving of this, so let's see what the problem is. Perhaps white can ignore it and simply play knight e5, because the knight on g5 is misplaced.
Famous game from Sarajevo tournament. Let me try to show it. So at that time, Tony Miles was playing with the black pieces versus Emir Dizdarevic. But it didn't go this way. So one trick which is useful to know, for example, bishop b2, castle, knight d2, knight c4, queen c2, f5, and then Dizdarevic played rook a to d1, and you have this following tactics. So hang on, maybe I'm not playing it right. I do. So it goes knight d2. Depends how you take now. If you take with the rook or with the queen, so if you take with the queen, there is this and doubling your pawns, and you will get checkmated. What's important? It's important that here black picks up the route where this, not the route, but the final line where black checkmates. So you can do it with the queen on g5 and the rook on h6, or you can do it with the queen on h4 and rook on g6. Sometimes those squares are controlled, so you decide where to put white's king and bring the rook to give a checkmate. So queen comes out and the rook goes to f6 to the 6th rank. So you need to take with the knight, which was planned by Dizdarevic. And now after d takes, knight c, this was the idea. Bishop takes g2. Let's say, sorry, my bad. Knight c4. So bishop h2, queen takes, queen h4, king g1, bishop g2, and his idea was to play f3, and white is slightly better even in this position. So let's say that you take, I take, you bring the rook, I go rook f6, rook f2, and I will have two bishops. It's not clear at all. If you play rook f6 immediately, I sack a queen. I take, and on rook g6, I play queen g6. And white is better here with two bishops. So that was his concept. However, I've heard that the noise in that room, by the way, Sarajevo being capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina is well known for famous tournaments, Bugojna tournaments with Spassky, Karpov, Peterson, all those guys.
Wow.
Kasparov, also Banja Luka tournaments. You know, they got used to top level chess. And so this was the position. And now I think that, but maybe it goes even immediately without. I'm trying to figure it out. No, you should take, check, and after this famous motive, and he almost fell down from his chair. By the way, he was playing for Bosnia and Herzegovina when they scored this famous silver at the Moscow Olympia 1994, right behind Russia. At that time, Ivan Sokolov, board number 1, Predrag Nikolic, Kurajca, Dizarevic.
Wow.
So, bishop f3, very important to know this motive.
Yes.
If you don't
Very
know
nice.
it, you won't win. Since now, if you take, then rook goes out. Whatever you do, you're lost. He played knight e2, but now I can take. Since after f3, you're not controlling anymore. And I can bring the rook. And actually, this is how he lost. Bishop f3. He didn't know about the motive. Bearing the king. So this is a bit useful to know. If you don't know it, you might miss it. Here, a different scenario. But sometimes you have similar motives.
And let's take a look at the board 1, because I think this game is about to finish.
Oh, really? Let's
Yeah.
go back with the camera. Let's run there. Suleimanli, but come on. Kasharava is doing fantastic.
Yeah.
Being only 2500, controlling everything,
Yeah.
completely underrated, I would say.
He played this theoretical line, and I could not get out of it anymore. It was at some point it was a forced sequence, and he gave up the queen, and then we had this repetition on the board.
So let's see how this happened. Rook c6. Yeah, rook f2. Well planned and known mechanism. We have a draw. Big kudos to Nicolosi.
Yeah, big result. Aydin was unstoppable. I mean, he still is, but yeah, to take a draw off of Aydin Suleimanli is a very big feat.
Let's check the game. Are you surprised that Eduardo is thinking?
Not anymore.
Okay, let's move on. Board number 3.
Still thinking.
Yeah.
Makes sense because bishop takes c5 is a big threat.
Yeah, so how to protect the e-pawn? Will you
Queen e7?
defend it with queen e7, or you will try to find something more subtle? h6 doesn't work because of bishop c5, and when you take, there is bishop d6. So you need to come up with something else. So bishop c5. How strong is that threat? Probably strong, yeah. d5 doesn't work. Even worse. I'm too slow. e5
Bishop
also
takes.
bad. So that takes us that you need to defend it. Maybe rook e8. But anyway, this bishop c5, bishop b3 is coming. I don't believe that there is a time for rook e8.
Bishop c8.
Bishop c8, probably the best move according to the engine. However,
Can't be
it's
right,
not.
but at some point there's not many moves left.
Okay, I can go bishop a6. Am I getting? I'm not getting anything out of it.
Oh, you get to c4.
Yeah, but
That's
then
progress.
b3 is coming.
Yeah, then you still lose the pawn.
Always some tests. Chess is a concrete game.
What else can we do? I don't see a way to counter-attack either.
Yeah. What a test. So why this is...
What about queen c8? And then you still take on e6, yeah?
But now d6 is also hanging.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's too much. Too many problems.
Always we need to think, huh? No easy life in chess.
Okay, but if queen c8, so after bishop takes c5, I
Queen
take it.
c5, yeah, you take. But after queen d6, immediately,
Rook d8.
okay, queen goes somewhere.
You don't have many squares.
Ah, maybe it's a perpetual. That's why it's 0. Yeah, it can be.
Oh, almost.
This works for black. Queen c8, probably the best one. And queen c7, why not that?
Bishop takes
Knight
c5.
b5.
Oh,
Queen
it's just
c5
check.
check, yeah. But probably queen b5.
Okay.
I was thinking even queen e8. But why not queen e7 then? And what did he do? Queen e7?
I think he did queen e7, yes.
Yeah, for
He did
human
play
it's really tough to find a way. A normal way to go.
I wonder if there's a way to get the queen to h4. Maybe that's something. There has to be a reason why it
So
was
if I
zeros.
take, you take with B, and now nothing is, or D, nothing is going on. I can start with B4. And actually this is what was calculated by Shunt. So he has something up his sleeve now. Which is not so simple. Knight d7 allows bishop b3, I believe. So this should be bad. So you need to play something else.
Do you have knight takes e4?
I don't believe, since if you take this, your king will be very weak.
Yeah.
So this kind of position, it looks to me like almost a losing one, which takes us to some other option after b4, maybe to move this knight somewhere, but where? So let's say knight, I don't know, d7, e8, where to go? Target this one, but I don't see that I'm benefiting from that. So what's the defense? h6 now, but you take on c5, and d6 is hanging.
Very strange position.
Knight a6. Tempo.
Yeah.
What to do? Let's play. A3, something now on the diagonal. Rook b1 maybe better. Not really.
We have to play b5 here.
Yeah, but then come back.
Yeah, that doesn't look great.
There is something now. Bishop b3 probably. And the game goes on. Knight c7. And so on and so on. So this could be, I believe, a main line. Donchenko, yeah, not much going on. Edis Gurel taking some risk, winning a pawn, but under pressure. This one looks stable. Stefansson seems to be much, much worse.
And we also have another result. We have Teodora Ignat. She drew against David Gavrilescu
Okay.
on 26.
Fine result for Teodora. She's having a splendid tournament. Is there a chance for her to maybe get a GM norm, or is it far away?
She's quite close.
She needs maybe a win in the last.
Yeah, I guess
Round.
it depends because she might. Her rating average might be increased by increasing the lowest rated opponent. So, yeah, we'll have to check the calculations, but she seems to be doing really well. Depending on her next round opponent, she might be having enough with a draw. But for now, she doesn't have the 2600 rating performance. So, yeah, she's doing fantastic. Yeah, so that is also why this tournament is so important for many players. Some players are fighting for the top spots to qualify for the World Cup, but some players are fighting for norms. And Teodora Ignat, she is one of them. She has a big potential to become Grandmaster. And this is one of those tournaments where it is very possible to achieve the Grandmaster norm.
Varmedam under some pressure, but an interesting game. How about Pansulaya? We mentioned that he gives some chances. This is a complicated one. Where to go, what to check? Do you see something, Anama, something which is already quite sharp? Korobo seems to be doing fine. Hovhannishan has sacked a pawn.
Quite some theoretical battles.
Okay, let's see how David Navara is doing.
Oh, I believe he just made a mistake for 32.
Let's check that one. Oh! Hang on. So, sacking a blundering queen f4. So he blundered queen f4. And if you take rook takes e6 and discover attack, no way for hiding.
Do you think he blundered it? Because he played bishop takes f2 very
Afterwards,
quickly.
okay, takes.
Queen c5 check? Is
Queen
that his pawn?
e3. No, this is game
Oh,
over.
after takes, perhaps.
Aha, you mean now?
Yeah, after takes, rook takes. And
Ah,
then queen
okay,
c5.
maybe that was his.
But the queen is almost
Now
trapped.
d4 probably, right? And then rook c6.
Oh, that's terrifying.
So maybe he missed some things around here. That he will lose a lot of material. Oh, and by the way, Matic Lavrencic was second at the World Junior Under 20, right behind Pranav, so he knows how to play well in top events. So I believe that it's a moment that we have a first break, since players are thinking a little bit more than usual, and yeah, we covered a lot of things. So stay tuned, we are coming back after the break.
Yes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 8 of the European Individual Chess Championship here in Katowice, Poland. We are back after the break. My co-commentator is on a longer break, so he will be joining us a bit later. But let's take a look at the games. We have some progress, and board 4 has also ended in a draw. We see the playing hall here still filled with a lot of players because it's still early. It's still early in the round, but we do see some games slowly finishing as some players are not taking any risks today as we're getting closer to the final rounds as the World Cup qualifications are at stake. The players want to qualify for the World Cup, and the top 20 are the only ones who qualify for the World Cup. There's a lot of prizes to be won. We have a huge prize fund of 100,000 euros in total. There's women prizes, there's rating prizes, there's a lot of different prizes, but obviously the main prizes are what is important for the top players. And that is why they're taking it easy. Some of the players, they want to make draws because then the more points you have, the closer you are to qualifying for the World Cup. But some players are taking risks. And we will get to those games very soon. But the game between Gleb Dudin and Alexander Donchenko on board 4 ended in a draw after all. It was a very equal position, very theoretical, and the players agreed to a draw after just a couple of moves. They repeated moves here, and then the game ended in a draw. So not a surprising result given how the game started. Let's take a look at what happened in this game on board 2 between Deac and Iturizaga Bonelli. This game has not progressed too much. Aloysia already told us that it would not be a surprise whatsoever to see the players in time trouble. Deac is already down to 23 minutes. We are used to seeing him very low on the clock. It's his natural habitat. But if we take a closer look at the position, we see that Black is trying to apply some pressure here with c5, and now after b takes c5. B takes c5 would be played. And let's have a look what is going on, because the problem is that Black is ready to take on f4 any moment to ruin the pawn structure. So you have to be careful here with White. Obviously, the pawns here are also quite vulnerable. I think it's still quite a double-edged position. It can still go anywhere, but with the bishop on d2, White's pieces are not able to do much. The bishop on d3 is also not able to do much. Black played this really clever move, g6, stopping any sort of attack on this diagonal. Obviously, you can always decide to sacrifice, but that is a bit too much and it's not forcing enough to have a concrete attack. So that is an idea for the future, but once again, there's always bishop takes f4 possible to get rid of that knight on f4. I believe the players are making some moves. B takes c5 was played, and I believe the rook moved to c1? Oh, to b1. Rook f to b1, attacking the bishop. Thanks to the very nice camera angle, we were able to spot the move on the board. And White is attacking the bishop on b7. Interesting choice. Taking control of the only open file of the board. So that makes perfect sense. What surprises me the most is that after the move, Deac already stood up. And he's back. But I would be very concerned with having only 23 minutes on the clock. The players are on move 16. So they need to make 24 more moves to reach the 14th move to get that extra 30 minutes on the clock. This would be the moment that I would try to stay at the board and stay as focused as possible. But some players, such as Deac, for them it doesn't matter. He is very fine playing on 1 minute. And yeah, that's special. Rook f to b1. What did Black play? I believe I did not catch just yet what black played, but we will see very soon. There's so many moves possible here for black, so you can defend with rook b8. You can move the bishop with bishop c6. The move should appear here very soon. Rook to b8 was played. Makes sense. You can always tuck the bishop to a8 so that you have some sort of tension. Oh, we're getting used to using the mouse. Usually Aliusa is using the mouse here. But with bishop a8, you open the rook to create some tension on the b file. You cannot just give the b file away that easily. And now Deak is thinking, what is next? Because knight to b5 looks very interesting, right? Attacking the bishop and the pawn on a7 at the same time. But the problem is that the knight is free to capture the pawn on a7, but will it actually be of any benefit for white? Having the knight on a7, it's already so far away from the position. This is not so important for white. Once again, bishop takes f4 is always in the air, so you need to be careful for this move. And that is why playing knight b5 might be a bit reckless. Are there any other candidate moves? I'm very tempted to simply retreat with the knight, but after knight e2, the problem you have is that your bishop on d3 is trapped. So you cannot play this move, unfortunately. Same thing with the other knight. c4 will still happen. So yeah, tough position for Deak here. But it's still not so easy here. For either side, it's quite difficult to play here. Very close sort of position. They're trying to open things up, but it's still very double-edged. I think it can still go anywhere. So let's leave the players to it, and let's have a look at board 3. Earlier, we saw this move knight to g5, queen e7, and b4. And we were wondering for the longest time, what is black supposed to do here? What is Shant thinking about? What is his plan here? And he did decide to play knight a6, bishop b3, knight c7, defending the pawn on e6 very well. And after queen to d3, he strikes in the center with t5. But the problem is with this move, it allows e5. And now this pawn on d5 is blocking the light-squared bishop on this diagonal. And also, it feels like white is able to create even more space for themselves. Now, this pawn is very strong here. It's controlling f6, d6. The pieces can maneuver to d4. Let's say knight e2 to d4. Once again, targeting the weak pawn on e6. Without the pawn on f7, e6 is becoming very weak. So white is obviously trying to play against that pawn. After knight to d7, this is the current position on the board. Kazakuski quite low on time with 24 minutes, but they already made 20 moves, which is quite some progress. But the question is, what is he supposed to do here? So the bishop is, fortunately for white, still defending the knight, so there's no any sort of knight takes e5 being threatened. After f takes e5, the knight on g5 is still protected. But obviously this changes if bishop d4 is played, so you cannot play it that easily. What are the candidate moves here for white? Because we would love to push the pawn to f5, but then e5 pawn will be captured. So we cannot do that so easily. Also, keep in mind that the pawn on b4 is under attack. Queen takes b4 is a threat. So you have to be smart here. And it makes me want to play the move queen to d4 to block the d4 square and defend the pawn b4. But after queen d4, I can't help but think that knight to b8 and knight to c6 will be played. And then you have to move the queen again. And even though the computer is very happy with white's position, it's still quite tricky. Maybe you have b5 here to stop all of this. Let's see what was played. I believe he made a rook move. Was it rook c1? Or rook b1? Rook b1 would make sense to defend the pawn on b4. Ah. Yes, rook c1. Okay. It's sometimes difficult to spot on the camera, but we see rook c1 on the board. And he's basically initiating an attack on the knight on c7. It's quite ironic how the knight got there to c7, because it's not easy to get the knight to c7 in general. And you can see that the knight is very limited, not many squares available, has to keep defending the pawn on e6. So as soon as queen takes b4 will be played, there will be some issues here along the c file, but also it has to do with the fact that the pawn on e6 will become loose. I wonder what the winning move here is. Because I think knight e2 is a little bit too slow. There's always knight c5. Don't like that. Let's find out what the winning move is here. Maybe it's simply knight takes e6. It's also good, but not the best. Because I was thinking that perhaps you have knight takes d5 here, and then everything is hanging in black's position. So this is also fine. But there's an even better move. Not so easy. Maybe it's simply knight a4. Is that a move? No. I think bishop a6 might be a problem. Yeah, that is another move that we have to keep in mind. Interesting. Yeah, this is very annoying. I was thinking maybe bishop a4, but bishop a6 is still a problem. Maybe you can sacrifice on h7. No, I was hoping to play bishop c2 and then attack on g6, but it's too much. Tricky position. Anyway, the queen takes b4 has not been played. I'm just trying to explore what is happening after queen takes b4. I highly doubt that Shant will play queen takes b4, but it's good to have an understanding of the position, why the players are opting for moves such as rook a to c1. Is white not worried about losing the pawn on b4, which is quite an important pawn? But it's clear, queen takes b4 is way too risky. And you have to be very careful here with black. Unless you have something concrete which you can use for counterplay, it's not very smart to start grabbing pawns recklessly. And I don't see anything concrete after queen takes b4 for black. So that is why I think black should be a little bit more careful. Oh, I think a move was made. And it's not queen takes b4, I can tell you that. My guess is that rook c8 was played, just to defend the knight on c7. That would be my guess. I think it's there. I barely see it, but I think there's a rook on c8. Rook to c8 has been played. And what's next for white? Is it time for knight maneuvering to knight d4? But once again, I don't like that there is bishop a6. I don't like it. And playing b5 early allows knight to c5. Tough position, but very nice looking for white. But what worries me here for white is the clock. 22 minutes in a position where you need to figure out what to do. It's not that clear. With one move, you might lose your advantage very easily. So you have to be precise here, and with little time on the clock, it's not easy to be precise. It's a tough task. So let's see what Kazakuski decides to do. But for now, I want to take a look at the next game we have here of Ishik against ADs. What's happening here? Okay, so black is up a pawn, but this queen feels a bit misplaced on c3. There is basically no help for the queen, and the queen is surrounded by 5 pieces of white. It's a miracle that the queen is not getting trapped, but this might be the reason why white still has this advantage on the board, because the queen is misplaced and there might be some tactics involved here. So now the pawn was captured on b4. Obviously, rook takes b4 not possible because the rook anyone is hanging. You don't want to trade queens here because, yeah, you want to attack the queen, not trade it. It might be possible due to the fact that you win the pawn on b6 for sure. But still, the question is it worth it to play queen takes b4? Or do you have a better move here, such as either bishop d2 or rook c1 to attack the queen somehow? Either way, the queen seems to be escaping. Queen d3 and then go back to g6. So yeah, tricky position. But white's pieces are a bit more active. This bishop on e7 is not able to do much. This knight on d7 maybe can be played to c5, but for now it has to keep defending that pawn. Yeah, tough position for black. But you should still need to figure out the right approach. Then the next board, board 6. Here we have David Anton against Jan Malek. And these two players are also leading with 6 points, actually. We have these players on the 6th board because board 6 is the special board for the top Polish player. So that is why, since Malek is the top Polish player in the tournament right now, he is sitting on board 6. And every single round, the top Polish player is taking a seat here at this board. So that is why this board is not first or second board, which it technically should be due to the standings, but instead it is board 6. So we try to remind the audience of this to avoid confusion. But for now, in the tournament, we have 4 players on 6 out of 7. Although the two of those players actually already drew their game. So if we have a winner in this game, we would have a new leader in the tournament. So very exciting. David Anton, we've seen his games this tournament. He is ready to fight every single game. And it's so important to have this fighting spirit. Even when it's dead equal, when nothing's happening, it's so important to have this fighting spirit because you never know what can happen. And in this position also seems to be very equal. But I can see some chances here for white. Because it seems to me that black is the one defending here. I mean, there is an attack on the g7 pawn already with white. White initiated a queen trade, however. But it seems that black did not accept it. The queen is still on d7. I wonder what black played, because it's white to move. I think David Anton has to make a move now. Did he play f5? That would be quite a move. Ah, indeed, f5 was played. In some of my games, I also tend to play f5, and I have often been told off for playing f5 because it's too dangerous, too risky, weakening squares. Typically, in normal games, you play with d5 or e5, or you play something in the center, which then would not be good to follow up with f5 later on, because you already have some squares weakened, And with f5, you're weakening those squares even more. So let's say now e6 is not controlled by a pawn anymore. g6 might be becoming a weakness as only this pawn is covering that square now. So having a pawn on f7 or maybe f6 is really important sometimes. So playing f5, it's quite a choice, especially because the bishop on e5 is basically untouchable now. So yeah, it's a bold move. And I'm curious to see what Malek has in mind because, yeah, he needs to justify this in some way. Maybe it's a strategy to try to get into a risky position against David Anton. Maybe he's trying to play rook e6, rook g6, and start the counter-attack himself on the king's side. So rook e6 and then bishop d6, because as soon as those bishops are off the board, then black has some more space, some more air to breathe in the position. So yeah, now it is on David Anton to decide where does the queen go. Queen g3 is the most natural move. But is that what he wants to do? As soon as the queen lands on g3, it's not going to join any play on the queen side in a very long time. Well, at least you are looking here towards this diagonal, towards the queen side. But is that going to be of any help? That remains to be seen. For now, David Anton down to 22 minutes. So the time scramble is going to be very exciting. I can already feel that in most of the top boards, we're going to have a time scramble. And I am here for it. Queen g3 is on the board though. The most natural move. And slowly but surely, white is trying to increase the advantage. With the strong bishop on e5. And perhaps some attack on the c file. Let's see. Let's take a look at another board. Let's see if we have something interesting going on the other boards. I'm checking here on my side. If there's anything that stands out. If there's any game that you would like us to follow, let us know in the chat. We try to read the chat as much as possible because unfortunately the broadcast is delayed by 15 minutes, which makes interaction a little bit difficult with the chat. But this is important for fair play reasons. The boards are delayed by 15 minutes. And for that reason, we also need to delay the broadcast with 15 minutes. But let us know. And we'll read it in 15 minutes. All right. Let's see. So far, so good. So we had those draws here. Okay, there is some mess happening, I think, in this board, on board 10. Maritzi against Meshkovs. What is happening here? Okay, material-wise, it's equal. But this looks scary. How did the king end up on f1? Okay, it was this opening. Very tricky stuff. Oh. Let's go back a little bit. I'm curious how this started. It's the Nimzo with a3 and c5, knight e2, knight e4. That is quite a choice. Seems to be the case that Meshkovs was surprised there. This is a very trendy line with knight e2, not playing knight f3, because with knight e2 you have the option to play knight g3 and then e4 and slowly gain more space and start attacking on the king side. Very dangerous here for black, which is probably why black played knight e4, but this is not the right move. At least there are way better moves than knight e4. You can simply play b6, bishop b7, or bishop a6 even to target the pawn on c4. There's quite a few different setups here with black, but knight e4 seems to be too soon, because after f3, it's a move that white wants to play anyway. I mean, if not now, then later, and maybe followed by ef4 later on. So Yeah, now the question is, where is the knight going? Knight to d6, knight g3, queen h4, e4. The problem with these lines with black is that you have to play very concrete. If you make one mistake, if you have the wrong plan, it goes downhill super fast. White has very simple play. I mean, white already has so much space, right? The bishops have so many squares available, especially the dark squared bishop. The light squared bishop is heading to d3, and attack is becoming very clear this way. So here, he takes d4, c5, very nice move to control the c5 square immediately. Now b6 is not very appealing to play, although it will still play the move later. But the problem is that white is not having any plans of taking that pawn on b6. If you want to take it, be my guest, but I will keep my pawn on c5 and stop you from moving the d pawn, because d6, we just take the pawn. d5 is not happening either. So now f5 was played, bishop f2, queen f6, okay. And this is how black gave this check. Bishop a6, takes. Okay, so we have this position. This is the live position, and yeah, now it starts to make sense how we got here. And yeah, at first it looks scary for white, but this king is very safe. You can sit on g1 and everything's fine. This rook will somehow get activated. Either you play h3, king h2, and then the rook enters the game, or you play h4, h5, h6, and then somehow involve the rook by moving it on the h-file. That could be an idea. For now, this pawn on c5 is under attack. If you play rook c1, the pawn on a3 drops. So you have to be careful there. Queen c1 is it's possible, but offering the queen trade, not a big fan of that. Bishop d4 allows a check. Not so easy, because with queen d4 you already allow a queen trade, and I'm not sure if we want to have a queen trade here with white. I don't think so. Also, there's a pawn d7 hanging. Not really, because the queen has to defend the rook still, but this could be something to keep in mind. For now, tricky position once again. Oh, I believe we see a result. Is that Darda? I think Darda made, was that a, I don't want to assume it was a draw, but I think it was. I see the situation here. Giga Kuparadze against Daniel Darda ends in a draw. And it was actually really funny to see how Giga was, what was it, move 21? I think we saw this. And he still had 1 hour and 33 minutes on the board, on the clock. And he actually had a really good position. So let's just quickly check what happened. He had a really nice position, but okay, it's not easy to find the best moves. Apparently here already he started losing his advantage. Yeah, it's difficult. It's very difficult. He had a very slight advantage, and it quickly fizzled out into this position, which then, after all the pieces were traded, the game ended in a draw. Well, I would say it is a big success for Giga, because once again he manages to finish with more time than he started the game with. Big success. And he makes a draw with none other than Daniel Darda, who had a really tough game yesterday against Aydin Silimanli. He was playing amazingly until time trouble happened and everything just collapsed all of a sudden. And that goes to show chess is a tough game. And yeah, anything can happen. And that is why it's important to have enough time on the clock, because the time trouble situation can be very decisive. It's one of the most difficult things, being able to manage your time well. Players such as Giga never have to worry about this. Well, maybe on the opposite end, where if they play the moves too quickly, that might cost them some points. But by not being able to win some games, or by making mistakes more easily. But then most of the players, most of the times, have the problem to be making their moves too slowly. And then time trouble becomes a big part of the game. And that is not easy to survive in every single game. You can get away with it once, maybe twice, but the third time, that might be, a problem. All right, let's take a look at another game. Which game should we take a look at? Let's go back to board 3, because I see that Kazakuski did play the move knight to e2. He is maneuvering the knight to d4. I just realized that the queen is... he played the move queen to d2. Very smart. So this way he is trying to defend the pawn on b4. If queen takes b4 now... Can you take on e6 now? I wanted to take on d5 with the knight, but knight takes d5 is a bit of a problem. Knight e6. No, it doesn't work here anymore. Maybe f5 is a possibility now. No, it goes down to zeros. You can't make this up. I was thinking maybe he's trying to maneuver queen f2 and then here, but that seems to be too slow to me. There has to be something very concrete here that I'm missing. Not so easy. I'm just very curious what the winning move is here, because it's not that obvious. Maybe it's still knight takes d5. Yeah, it still is. You know why? Because after knight takes d5, I think you simply trade queens. Okay, it's not the best move, but the idea is that I'm taking on e6, either bishop takes or knight takes. Bishop takes e6 comes with check, and then we take the knight on d7. After knight takes e6, you have some discovery check, but I do like bishop takes e6 more. It feels more forcing to take the pawn here and then take the knight here, and this is also crushing. Funnily enough, it's not the best move. Maybe it's because you have this move first. Okay, there's an even better move. We can just take on d5. Bishop takes d5. After queen takes d2, we have check. And this is just crushing. Okay, now we know why knight takes d5, queen takes b4 is not good. Very important to find out why queen takes b4 is not good. But obviously, this is not played by Shant. He knows this is a problem. King h8 is played instead, and now knight e2. The queen is protecting the pawn on b4, so that's all good. The knight is heading to d4. And black is suffering here in a very difficult position. You can play knight to b5 to try to activate the pieces, but the problem is that you're faced with a5, a4 right away. It's very tough. So yeah, that's a tough position here for Shant. We'll have a look very soon what will happen here, but for now, Shant in trouble. And I'm curious to see what Kazakuski will do here. We're going to take a short break for now. As the players are heading into time trouble, we're having some very exciting games ahead of us. And we'll be back soon after this break.
We have a very special guest, the Deputy President of Turkish Chess Federation, Mr. Merit Dat. First of all, welcome to Katowice, to Poland. Tell us, what is your first impression? How did you enjoy the playing venue and the tournament?
Yeah, we are so pleased to be here. I feel like we are in the country Really, thank you for everything. Tournament area and organization prepared really so good. Atmosphere of Katowice is also amazing. This is my first time visiting here. I would like to visit again.
You have made the first ceremonial move for the Turkish player, which was quite lucky for him. And we also have a lot of players from Turkish
Yes.
Federation, of course, at this tournament. So if you can tell us a little bit about the players and also about the involvement of the federation here.
Okay. We have 32 players in this tournament. Our aim, as many players are get tickets to attend World Championship, which means that many players will be in top 20 in this tournament. Instead of Poland, Ukraine and Turkey have the most players here. 6 Grandmaster and 7 I am here. Totally 26 people in here.
Turkey is one of the biggest federations being represented here in Katowice, the European Championship.
Yeah.
So best of luck, of course, to all the participants to qualify to the World Cup. My next question is about this culture of chess. Because myself, when I was a youth chess player, I was going for the tournaments where there were hundreds and hundreds of Turkish youth players. Why parents are so much interested to bring their kids to chess? And if you can share us all about this.
The parents are thinking that chess is a good instrument to proving their children. From the younger ages, children learning discipline, concentration, and learning strategic thinking in very early ages. Also, players are mostly safely spending their free times.
In Poland also we have sometimes thousands of kids playing, and of course in Turkey I think that's a double number. What is just the general vision for the futures? What will be, what is planned? I assume that you will have more and more kids being interested into chess, and you will have perhaps you have the program for the youth players, women players. If you can share any information regarding to this.
Turkish Chess Federation, which we are supporting, going to talented and successful players during any needs of them. Attending the tournaments, we are supporting them. Our chess federation. For the Olympics, we ordered and brought super-powered computers. We scheduled their training cages.
Yeah, that's really, really amazing to see how much support the kids are getting in Turkey.
Yeah.
If you can tell us a little bit more, what is your thoughts about just in general in chess in Katowice as well, in Poland, in Turkey? Any final words?
I would like to thank you, my dear friend, Mr. Lukash and his organization committee. So thanks to very much. And I want to thank also our government and also our supporters and Young Ministry of Turkey. They are supporting on every steps. With their support, we can organize better tournaments for chess family. And thanks for everything.
And I'm back. Anna Maja will stroll around the playing hall. Katica Salashvili is also always around, but let me try to check the games. As I predicted, Bogdan Deak will end up in a severe time trouble very soon in sense of number of moves. We are less than 20 moves and he is playing on the increment. So let's check that game. Board number 2, this is the game to follow, where Deak is burning a lot of time. I don't understand that time management, but this is the current state of affair. As I mentioned, after f3, e3 pawn is a target and c5 has sense. Nothing new, nothing spectacular, but Deak, Deak is just burning so much time, and he's having less than a minute and he's standing up. Is it clock correct? Can we go full screen just to check? Is he below a minute? Is everything okay? Yeah, it seems so. Maybe there was also a draw offer, so that's why Iturizaga is thinking. Thanks for Shemek and the team. Grzegorz, we have the right angle to check the current situation on the clock, which says that it's true. Eduardo is a whole half an hour ahead, which sounds great. However, is he ready to move on? Playing black versus Deak, 2650, former 2700 and above. Of course, having a draw with the black pieces is not a bad result, but one thing is to exchange, liquidate, end up in a draw, or to outplay your opponent. To outplay your opponent, you need to spend so much time. Yeah, interesting game. Today we had football visits. As I mentioned, team coach of Katowice club was here. Also my friend Fran Tudor, who is playing for Rakov, went to the playing hall to check. So it's nice that we have football players interested in chess. This will help us to promote chess even more. So this is current state of affair. In this game, now Iturrizaga will think, but as I said, I'm not surprised since this is typical way of Deak playing, ending up in a time trouble, and Eduardo also a player who doesn't hesitate to think a little bit longer and then switch to this Grischuk style speed mode. Kazakuski Sargsyan, as said, that was a really tough middle game to handle. My understanding is that till here it's fine. However, maybe this line with b6, which sort of forces e6 at some stage, was not best. So around here, maybe it's better to fool around with some a6 and something, or trying to get to take on e6 with the bishop, but it's easier said than done. Gurel is having a tough time since opponent has a passer. However, it's not so simple. There are some counter tactics on the back rank. So I'm curious to see what will happen. Malek is worse against David Anton, since there are a lot of ideas of exchanging dark square bishops, coming with the knight and playing this famous Capablanca's duo, queen and a knight. Martirosyan is usually very stable with the black pieces. I'm not surprised about the draw. Kosakovsky is sort of under pressure, since black is having splendid coordination, yet there is no direct breakthrough. Stefansson, he just got outplayed by Maxime Lagarde, and if we go with the camera to that board, that row, I believe that soon we will see resignation. It's right behind us. We can see it a little bit if we go. No, it's on the right. Sorry, my bad. He's also having a blonde hair like the player on our left. If we have camera of that row, we might see the resignation. Yeah, Lagarde just executing the best moves. And as said, we came at the right moment. There is a resignation. 25 moves, quite a bad game from Vignir. In hindsight, as I said, he should have taken bigger risk in his game yesterday. However, it's easy to be a general after the battle. So rook f7, nice touch, last motive. So he just got crashed, rook f7, and if you take, what a checkmate, so nice to see. And if you target the bishop can just move, not much will change. Although, okay, yeah, bishop b3 is winning, rook e7 is more to the point, since now we have this famous mechanism of two pieces giving a checkmate, and if you take, rook e8 is coming. Nice win. As I said, Jonas Bjerre is pressing. However, this is typical. You sort of outplay your opponent, you do maximum job, and still you're far away from winning. Knight d3 has been played. How about Maurizi? Oh, what a game. So black is sacrificing everything, trying to get an active play, which actually is also risky, since, of course, now if we could have this freestyle castle, that king can just switch the positions, and then rook will just be involved, and white will start attacking black. Whole concept of black is now that white is away from castling. However, even without the second rook, white can attack the king. Unpleasant situation for both sides, I would say. So let's start to dig a little bit. Good sign for black is that those two knights are protecting each other, and there are no unprotected piece double attacks stuff. But how to move on? So this sounds a bit slow, that white plays some h4 and then comes with the king, but it's also reasonable way to go, since there is a strong desire now for sure for white to hide his king. He can also do it this way and come up with the king, and I don't know if there is another way to go on. I don't know, like knight h5, probably just bad, and I don't see anything else. Queen d2, a move. Not a bad one. And now some subtle stuff with rook a1, but this, I don't get it. We have Stochek finishing his game. He's behind, and let me try to see what has happened there while waiting for the move in this game. Yeah, they just stood up. And Muradli has won the game. Let's just briefly check what has happened. So it was an interesting one, two bishops. He just got crushed from a seemingly unclear position. That was a huge blunder. Allowing rook f4, bishop f6, known stuff. He sacked the queen, but was not enough. Very well played. And rook goes to h3. A masterpiece by Muradli. Darda made the draw versus Kwaparadze. Good result for Giga. And Santos Latasa just crushed Alexakis. Yeah, he was not up to challenge in this position and became just unrepairable. Very nice move. So queen is attacked, but queen g4, it's more deadly and threatening. Knight a6. Checkmate. Very beautiful game by Santos Latasa, sort of effortless. Big kudos. Stamatis made a draw, which is a bit surprising. However, being black in this level, it's not something too unexpected. David Navarra, what a tough loss. He's dropping a lot of rating, and he will try to forget this event. Samonenko making a draw, Lupulescu, Yilmaz is better Moroni lost the game. We will mention this game as some model one, that it won't be so simple for him to get out of the opening. He will regret his opening choice. Let's go back to our main games. What do we have? In Deak versus Iturizaga. Deak is playing on increment and Eduardo is trying to trick him somehow. At the same time, Sargsyan is just way much worse. Lodici is lost. He just got outplayed in this position. Usually interesting games to follow are Yufa's game, but today he is playing something solid. Kovalenko has interesting game. Kurobov, always. And these are like the favorites to follow. Ivanchuk. Vasily is better. Okay, this is an interesting game. Let's find them on the camera. Vasily is playing, Queen C6. What a move! Brilliant move. Let's go with the camera to board 16. Vasily is doing a masterpiece. After Rook D1, he sacked Rook F3, pawn takes, Knight E5. Bruchkovsky was thinking that Queen D5 is a solution and came fabulous Queen C6. We can say that Vasily saw one move more than his opponent, and this is true fantastic. Queen C6. Very well played. Fantastic. So, Queen took on D8 as a sad necessity. Bishop takes, Rook E5, two rooks versus Queen, but Queen is better. He had everything. What a position. So Vasily is planning to keep now the pressure, taking on D3, I believe. He took on F3. So Queen takes F3. The Rook is attacked. Logical move is to go Queen D5, but then Bishop will probably go to F6. Everything works nicely for Black. So Vasily on fire. Situation on the clock, 5 minutes. I believe it's enough. So Rook D5 was played, and Vasily is thinking where to place his bishop. Bishop F6. Looks as the best move. And will he go for it? I believe so. Bishop. No. Hang on, is the rook? Rook. D4 was played, sorry. That's why he's not playing bishop f6. He moved the queen. Queen back to c6. Interesting move, and probably a very good one. So if we count the material, white is not better. However, black is not better. However, black is having a great coordination, and pawn islands, configuration of the structure. White would love to have, for example, edge pawn on g2 instead on h2. This is small detail which helps black to create some activity with checks. Vasily quite happy, enjoying his position, thinking about what will happen. Avital is thinking. Also a great player, very entertaining. Now in a tough situation. So c3 is attacked. How do you defend? Queen on c6 controls everything, keeping an eye on g6 square. And we will have a move. Now only chance for white is to sort of put pressure on Vasily that he's spending some more time and then getting into server time trouble. We've seen many times that he oversteps the time limit. In the meantime, Deak is playing this an increment role, and okay, he's worse. And we have a move here, rook to e4, Ivanchuk, but we can stay, we can go there. This game, Iturizaga is slightly better, as I said, but how to win this position? Okay, at least he has a passer. e4 is something which white would love to do. Knight f8. Okay, a reasonable move. They're getting a bit nervous since it's not simple to understand where to go. And he plays knight to c3, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So he played this g3, so that he can take on f4, he can capture with this g pawn. However, it opens the king, and long term there is a lot of potential for black. So I'm not sure that this is the right way to go. If black starts pushing at some stage some h5, I don't know what would be the reaction. Shant is on the verge of defeat. Kazakowski is having winning position. This bishop will be a crucial one. Edis Gurel is pressing over the clock, but his position is very tough. Anton Hikaru is still pressing. Jonas Bier is trying to create something, but white is also quite safe here. Maurizi, we were mentioning, it's not a simple position. It seems that he has misplayed it a bit. Lodic is totally lost. Has something changed? Not really. Yufa was slightly better, but now it's sort of getting closer to equality. Abbasov is a bit outplayed by Kuru, so big kudos to Attila, although still it's normal. Kovalenko I missed. Kovalenko is in a complicated position, don't know what to say. Petkov is better versus Hovhannisyan, which is a bit surprising. Robert is not doing great. Vasily is doing fabulously. Korobov, we said that he's having a fine position, but this is not simple to move on. A lot of mess. Rothstein, Maxim, an equal position. Gumularts is worse. So Turkish players are doing extremely well today. Finek already won. Pansulaya is lost. He blunders something, or no, he just got outplayed. He was trying to change the profile of the position drastically, but it didn't pay off. So he's just worse. So that's more or less it. And just to check, Injic, not a great position for Alexander, but hang on, he's a piece up. Maybe this is a game to check a little bit. So Alexander is thinking, however, it doesn't look so great, as you can see on the camera. Now, not many people are walking. We are getting into that top, like last 20 moves, the top of the game in terms of stress and everything and being low on time. Not many players can walk. Now here King G1, and it seems that okay, so he needed to take here. So by moving, you cannot move the bishop really, and if you go here you might get checkmated, which is the case. A nice one. So here h takes g3 was needed. Now black played queen e3, and they are repeating the moves, and it seems that we will have a draw. Okay, black can take on b2, which is another try, and to keep on playing. So he's calculating now. Let's see, will he accept a draw? Agbas is thinking, and Injic not having a great tournament. At the European individual 2 years ago, it looked like he will go to 27 plus. He was playing fantastic chess. However, after that, things didn't go his way, and now he's struggling a bit to find his best shape. So white is thinking. Black is thinking, sorry. What to do? Do you repeat the moves against this profile of the player, or you move on? However, you're a bit afraid. He has 26 and he was 26.50. So interesting psychological moment. What do you do? Injic stood up, waiting for black either to repeat the moves or to take this, to capture this bishop and play the position, which, I don't know, doesn't look so risky. However, he needs to dig a little bit. In the meantime, there are many games. How about Stavrula Tsolakidu? She is slightly worse against Amar Elham, which is a good thing. Going forward to top boards, we have Chopin, who is outplaying his FM opponent. Here, equal, better, and yeah, let's stay with the camera here. I believe that we will see the perpetual and some hands shaking. Yes. So, final result here. Kudos to underrated player with the black pieces. That's quite a good thing to make a draw versus Injic. Going back to our top boards, we have a time trouble, as I said, a severe one, which doesn't surprise me, knowing buff. However, still it's not clear how this game will develop. So Iturrizaga wants to create some chances for a win, but Deak is quite good in defending. Shant is still putting a decent, I would say, a decent resistance. Edis Gurel, the same. His opponent a super long time. Let's go to that board number 5, since Ishik-chan is playing on increment, 8 more moves. Yeah, he just made a move. He moved the rook to d1, attacking the queen, and now Edis is thinking where to move his queen. So the queen is attacked. What do you do? And queen c2. Played very fast, and I would say even furious. So he's still thinking. And he's a really long time. So after queen c2, he needs to make a move. Queen to d7. Okay, that's a big mistake. Am I having the right position? So let's go back with the angle. Yeah. So Edis Gurel has a winning move, a totally winning one. Is it rook b6, queen d1, rook a1? So rook b6, a b6, we have a draw in Deak, if I'm not mistaken. And now, maybe even, I don't know which one to take. No, I need to take this one. No, hang on, I'm making a mistake. Okay, first it's possible also to play bishop h4 to attack this one. Because if I take queen d1, rook d1, rook a1, queen g4, what a move! Ooh, rook c1. Really? Come on. Okay, this is a real study to solve, puzzle. Now I'm so curious, will Edis Gurel spot this rook c1 in the end? He's calculating. This is the moment. So are you sharp enough and cool-headed to believe that there is a winning rook c1 in the end? So Edis has spotted, I'm sure. He's now checking, and rechecking. Edis Gurel is now sort of solving the thing blindlessly, and usually it's not a good thing for Ishik, you know, to allow that kind of tactics where you are depending on one move. I love this position. Pity for Ishik because he was outplaying Edis. However, chess is a concrete game. In chess, you cannot relax, and I believe that Ishik is slowly getting aware what a nasty motive. Sacrificing the rook, sacrificing the queen, and then just cool-headed rook to c1. What a motive. Will Edis Gurel spot that beautiful tactics? I really don't know. Okay, it seems that he's getting it. He starts knocking his head. Yeah. He will see it. Queen takes, rook takes b6, queen takes d1. What a combination. He sees it, I'm sure. Checking. And puzzle storm or puzzle rush. What a beautiful combination, which leads to -4 for black, out of nowhere, out of the blue. And Ishik is slowly getting aware. Let's outzoom a bit, we will see the move. Let's get the board let's stay here. So will rook, we need this wider angle, will rook take the bishop on b6? What a nasty tactics. And let's see, will this happen? Yes! Rook takes b6. What a nice combination. Big kudos to Edis. He's very happy. Ishik is aware. Queen sacrifice. Rook goes to a1. What a moment. I'm so glad that we came back just right at right time, at the right moment. Queen g4, rook c1, and what a tactics. Whoa. And he walks away being happy that he turned the tables, and Ishik is aware that after Queen g4 comes this silent move, rook c1, and you cannot stop the queen promotion. What a beautiful thing. Let's outzoom, let's check people there. For sure people will stop by. If we can see also from the other angle to get the surroundings. And he goes Queen g4. Now Edis will come. I would love to see how many people are watching at this moment. Rook c1 has been played. And he stood up. What a nice combination. He is aware. He is aware. He has misplayed it. Playing a great game and then blowing his chances. Chess is tough, but big kudos to Edis. It's worth investing in tactics. Edis Gurel doing a masterpiece, just calculating everything till the end. Take a look of this combination, a beautiful one. His opponent, I would love to have a different angle, maybe we don't have wider. This is a fantastic thing since there is Queen c8, so he really needed to calculate everything till the end. Fantastic stuff, and now you will see people coming and checking what's going on. We have some arbiters. What a moment. So, Edis Gurel is winning how? Because after Queen c8, there is a mating stuff, probably with Bishop g5. So if I go Bishop g5 and you promote, there is Bishop f4, and this leads to checkmate. I'm so impressive how everything was calculated. So awesome. Bravo. What can we say? This is a checkmate, and a really, really beautiful one. What a sequence. Big kudos to Edis Gurel. 2 queens for white, but they cannot help him. Going to board number 3, Shant is still fighting, however, being worse. Edis Gurel with touch, and Malek is just losing versus Anton Hiharo David. Bishop d7. David Anton is trying to find a killer blow. Let's see if bishop b4 works. You take, check, king f8, queen b8. This is just winning. And he takes it. 97 and whatever. Oh, 97 is a bad move, so I'm missing something. I was thinking maybe even knight g8, king e6. Oh, what a nice checkmate. I love it. So, just winning sequence. King f8 as actually I've showed, and queen will go to b8, and we will see the resignation very soon. He's just checking and rechecking. But queen b8. He took on d7. Okay, that's also possible. A bit safer option. Ah, he promotes. Is it? Yes, he also promotes. Nice touch. Very well played by David Anton. He's back to top board. Next round probably. Yeah, for sure. Basically he will be the leader with this win. Not actually a big prediction. It's obvious that he will lead the tournament. So leader. 7 out of 8. That's huge. That's really huge. He's a bit rechecking, but he knows that it's over. It's not about him thinking now. It's about just thinking about what has happened. Moves, things which actually were happening prior to this moment. Yeah. Malek sitting in despair, and we have resignation here. Big kudos to David Anton. Where else to go? Sargsyan still playing. Board number 3. Let's see, is there any chance that something happens here? Okay, white still needs to find some way to win, so maybe we should stay here. Okay, white played. Trying to catch what was the move now. Which one? So black is on the move. Ah, queen e4 was played. Sorry, yeah, black is on the move. This is the current position. Some people say that 2 knights are working better against 2 bishops. However, I'm not sure. Depends on the position. It looks to me that white is just having an easy task with those 2 bishops. So we just have a move. Queen c7, and how to win this position. Bishop d5, takes, queen d5 is probably good enough, since I don't see the way how black will deal with this bishop c3 stuff. However, white might also search for something else. Yeah, although this is sort of a safe haven for black, and white can of course dream of staying with two bishops, getting some mating nets, but I believe it's a moment to be practical, to take on d5 and just keep up with that queen and the dark square bishop. And 3 minutes versus 3 minutes. There are a lot of Zeitnots, Stavrula, Tsolakidu. As you can see, them playing on increment. 10 more moves, messy position, although an endgame. Very hard to navigate here. Will black take on g2? She did. King went to e3. And we had bishop d5 on our game. As I said, that this will happen. Queen d5, I believe, will be the follow-up. Yep. Queen takes d5. You can see some players running to the restrooms after 40th move. It's not so simple to go when you have 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes on the clock, and it can take a longer period. Stavrula Tsolakidu being on 14th seconds. She's making a move. We can see also Edis Gurel walking. So she took on a5, but now rook g2 wins the bishop, since there is a pin. If you go bishop h3, rook h1, and you're dropping that bishop, so better is to take it on f3 immediately. However, knight takes, probably king takes. It's a bit better for white. At the same time, in the game we were following queen d5, and Shant is thinking how to save the game. Not clear. Ufa Eisenberg, okay, this something has happened, since Ufa is now much worse. Kovalenko, we have time trouble. However, this game is not so sharp. Ivanchuk just made out of the time trouble, and he will get some time. Pansula still needs to make a move, so let's stay with Sargsyan. 2 more moves, knight f7 played. And white is thinking. So much action. Players are slowly getting into that additional time. I see Narva Mai walking, probably finishing her game. Kazakowski is thinking. 2 more moves he needs to make. It seems that he is just totally winning, but some precision is needed. And he went for king g2. Shant 2 minutes on the clock, and he's about to make his move. Do we have some time trouble there? Some other boards. Paichadze is winning here. Last moments of the game. Nasuta winning. Okay, this is not so complicated. Kadrich Denis. Okay, this is a complicated one. Let's see. 3 more moves. Denis is totally winning. He's threatening queen h3 stuff. So this is the point. Oh, what a blow. So he took on h3, played queen c8. Oh, this was a bad move, but severe time trouble. And now Denis is again winning. So many turnarounds. Now it's not about some precision, it's about exploiting chances. So we have a result, win by Denis. Any game in progress? Do we have it somewhere? Kovalenko, Kempinski, last moments of that game. Jufa Ehrenberg, 1 more move. And our main board, white needs to make, I believe, 1 more move. If already he hadn't. Yeah, what a interesting stuff of Hannisyan. Okay, here there is a time trouble. And now Robert is totally winning. So he was lost, and now he's winning. Double attack. What has happened? So he was lost, but then time trouble. -2 still, and yeah, he misplayed it. And now Robert is winning his game. Last moments, Petkov making a move. Jufa also unhappy. Kuru is playing versus Abbasov. We can see Abbasov. They're already thinking. And we have a move. Queen takes f7, I believe. Ivanchuk is also making his move. And king will go to c6, looks a little bit more logical. And he went to c6, yes. Okay, the smoke has cleared. Let's summarize the situation. We have 2 draws. Actually, we have 1 win on board number 6, but basically it's our board number 2 or board number 1. Anton Hiharo David is for sure leading the tournament. Now we don't know will he be leading the field with a clear point advantage, or someone can come closer to half point distance. So Kozakowski is better, but still he will need to work a little bit. So it felt that around here there might be even some better move than this king g2, but what to do? You want to make that move. I don't know, is it queen f3? Not really. There is something subtle how to come with the bishop to c3, which of course when you're in time trouble it was actually not so simple. Maybe engine will even take, not really. I don't know. There is something. h4 doesn't look right. So how to stop this? So king g2 was played, which was sort of a good move. And now queen a8 was the last time trouble move, but maybe it's not the best. Gurel is winning. Big kudos to him. Fabulous stuff. However, Ishik-chan can be regretting his choices. He was playing a good game. We have a lot of decisive results in the middle of the table, which is also quite logical. Yufa is lost against Eisenberg Benny. He was having a good position, at some point even slightly better, but he has misplayed it. Abbasov is better against Kuru, so he turned the tables. Kovalenko, yeah, it's sort of slightly worse but equal. Petkov is losing. Ivanchuk is winning, but some technique will be needed. So depends how much time Vasily will spend. A lot of draws, then some decisive results. Here Pansulaya is dead lost. Schubel pressing, and this one is a draw. But okay, not clear it's a draw, but at the moment it looks equal. So that's about it for this moment. We will go for a break. So many interesting moments in the round, and I will come back later together with Anna Maya. So, short break.
Super Foundation proudly presents
the Romania Grand Prix, a premium international chess circuit that brings together elite competition, iconic architecture, and the cultural richness of Romania. With a total prize fund of 150,000 euros, the circuit rewards ambition, performance, and excellence across 5 remarkable tournaments hosted in some of the most spectacular locations in the country. The journey begins in Bucharest, beneath the monumental silhouette of the Palace of the Parliament. On May 9th to 10th, Romania's capital sets the tone for the entire circuit. From July 25th to 31st, we arrive in Brașov, in the shadow of the legendary Bran Castle. On August 1st to 2nd, we move to Alba Iulia, inside the historic Alba Carolina Citadel. From August 3rd to 9th, the circuit continues to arrive at the refined Cultural Palace, a pure Art Nouveau landmark that reflects elegance and artistic heritage. On September 12th to 13th, we gather in Craiova at the prestigious Art Museum. More than a tournament series, the Romania Grand Prix is a journey through Romania's most iconic landmarks. 5 tournaments, 5 cities, 1 circuit. We are waiting for you in Romania. Official website www.romaniagp.ro.
Powered by Super Foundation.
Hi everybody, welcome to Katowice, Poland for Chess in Education conference. The most impressive and wonderful speakers and also very interesting panels.
We truly believe that we should combine in education the world of bits and the world of atoms. We are trying to show different types of chess sets, and we have this famous already big brain that is connected to AI.
We are very proud that we are able to have such an amazing cooperation between chess people, between authorities, between business and everyone who is supporting development of chess in Poland and in Europe.
The power of chess changing the lives, the power of chess giving the 21st century skills, and the conference has been organized at the super high level. Stay tuned, follow our social media and play chess, because chess makes you smarter.
And we are back. Let's check now a possible second time trouble. We have some games still in progress. So how bad is this? Probably lost, right?
Yeah, the knight is dominated, so you can slowly enter with the king, I think. At least you have a5, and then if the b pawn moves, the king enters.
Yeah, and black can never count on knight d6 since he will lose. He will lose that.
Opposition.
Yeah, that pawn's endgame. King d4, and as you mentioned, somewhere white will penetrate. Maybe it's now best. I'm curious now, is a5 the best move? Maybe it works even. Takes.
You always have h4.
Yeah, I know this, but the thing is that I need to go to the other side. So I need to go to this side. Let's say king c6, king e5, king b5, king f6. Takes, but white is way much faster, and now you have this h5
even,
which speeds up the process, and white is winning. So black needs to go away, and then it's much harder for him to defend.
Yep, king d4 plate. And this bishop is so strong because it also covers the d6 square, so the king cannot go to d6.
But we will follow this one as an interesting game to stay with Abbasov. It's not easy to outplay Kuru Attila. He's known that he's super stable. If I'm not mistaken, at the European Individual Championship, for example, 2 years ago, he was just making something like 6 draws against like super stronger opponent. It was in Montenegro. Then last year in Romania, he was not doing so well, but in 2024 he was really surprisingly solid, rock solid, put it that way. So I know that he was, you know, just making draws, being less than 2400 against much higher opponents, and immediately Anna Maya is bringing up the info. You can share it with the viewers.
Yes, I'm still checking because I was only able to see just a few games from this tournament.
Yeah, if you can check it. It was late. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he started.
He beat Pretke.
He started with the draw versus Jordan van Forest, which is huge. He beat Pretke, 26-50. Then he beat another grandmaster, Šebenik. He only lost to Sargsyan. Then winning versus Gokekan, winning versus Petko Momčil, making draw versus Jobava. Come on.
Wow.
Yeah, that's huge. And in Romania last year, I think that he was not so successful. You know, there are so many players, I cannot keep all the files, but
Yes.
I'm sort of.
But you remember a lot of those names.
Yeah, usually I'm very good in memory.
Yeah, last year he still played well, but not as good. He still gained some
but regarding individual results, he's made some good things.
Yeah,
For
he
example,
beat
winning versus Anderson Mats, making draw versus Deak, making draw versus Moroni, but then somehow he lost a little bit his
fell
pace.
short towards the end.
But a very talented player, Turkish player, working with Borki Predovic, if this is still the case. Bosnian GM, who was 26-50, now the main coach of, or let's say second of Austrian team, and also, very, very well-known theoretician. So Abbasov is sort of trying to trick him. What's the case here? What's the thing? So white is a bit stuck. Black is counting on this passer. C6, if you push, you will lose it. So why this is an equal position? I don't have a clue.
I guess the rook endgame should be a draw.
Okay, but pawn down, I don't believe. I
Yeah.
think c6, it's like huge fight for a draw.
Yes.
Angel will say that it's equal, but for human, it's tough. So if c6 doesn't work, so you need to come up with something else.
You don't really have a move either because you cannot involve the king. Bishop e4 doesn't make sense.
Yeah, these are the positions, you know, where like edges are really superbly dominating humans. So no patterns, calculation needed.
Yeah, this is tough. I would be surprised if if Kuro saves this, because it looks optically much better for black.
And I think that he's ridiculously underrated. That this player is already 25, for sure. How about our dear Vasily?
Still winning?
Still winning, but being low on time, only 4 minutes. Attila wanted to make a move, but Abbasov came, and then he was sort of rechecking his things. So Vasily is walking, which is not a great sign, since he has 4 minutes.
Wow.
The position is lost only if he already, you know, figured out everything.
Maybe he did. I mean, he pushed h5. And I can see the queen, pawn, and bishop prevailed together. It's a tricky position because when you look at the material balance, it's not so clear, but for some reason, black is winning here. It mostly has to do with the fact that black can attack the white king, whereas the black king is surprisingly enough safe on b7. But that's mostly because of this bishop on f6. It's such a strong defender, defending the e7 square. And yeah, white's pieces are not able to coordinate together. But Vasil probably has it figured out.
So h5 has been played, and now Avital is thinking. Other games next to him is Anton Kurovo, who is having a sort of early middle game. And there, Abbasov has just made a move.
Bishop e4 was played by Guru. So then the rook must move.
Yeah, it seems like a slight imprecision. Rook e3.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, it's hard to find a move that doesn't lose on the spot. Or
Schubel.
yeah.
He's pressing, but not a C. Is this some kind of fortress?
Okay, king goes to d5.
And then? Only if he sacks a queen for
the rook?
For the rook.
Yeah, I was thinking as well, but it's probably too much. I mean, maybe you can time it right, but
not clear, because if you're taking the b6 pawn. Okay, let's just start it. Can I go inside? Probably not immediately. No. Bishop d6. So I need to. But how am I getting inside? So let's say queen d7. It's a bad move. So a5. I don't believe that a5 should not be the move. This is a bad
queen
move.
b8 check.
Queen.
Queen b8 check.
Okay, king g7.
Because
now
king e4.
King e4.
Yeah.
If you go bishop d6, I win. But there is another side. There is bishop f6. So you also should stop that, which is not simple at all. How do you win this? I'm not sure. It looks like a fortress to me. Okay, if I give check, queen b8, you go king g7, and now if you were on the move, what do? You allow my king to enter. So I need to triangulate. Let's say that I do it. You wait.
Mm-hmm.
Same position. Black on the move. You go bishop f8.
Okay.
King
No,
e4.
King e4. Mm-hmm.
So this is sort of a winning setup.
Do you have f6 instead?
I don't know, but at least I solved one issue.
Okay.
So this is not the right way. So will now Schubel...
Are king e4 is played?
No, I don't believe.
Yeah. This is
Is it on the board?
Yes.
Really? Let's go full screen. I was doing the analysis and then... So he allowed it, bishop f6, and now it's a dead draw? Or he thought that he's winning this pawn's endgame? So let's say queen f5, but then you can even lose it, so...
Oh, so
no, I need to take with the bishop.
Oh, the
first.
bishop is hanging, yeah.
So, you see how this concentration drops. So now bishop f6, best is to go back. What a tragical blunder. I was expecting some subtle maneuvering and everything, and suddenly white plays king e4. And okay, we should try to get camera there, since I believe that facial expression from the other angle will show that he's totally aware.
This is crazy. I wonder how, if it's, I mean, there's a chance that black can even win this, which is crazy.
Yeah. Small one, but
It's
it
there.
exists.
Yeah, because it's so hard to find, like, just an idea with white. The queen is unable to do anything. The king is helpless. So, yeah, this is not a good position for white. We see Abbasov walking around. I really wonder what he was thinking about, why he went for king e4 so quickly. It's not easy to understand what you're supposed to do instead, because that requires, a lot of understanding of the position. And for us, it's easy to say since we see the evaluation bar. But yeah, king e4. Yeah. Bishop f6 seems to have been missed by Jan. Yeah, we see the position on the live screen. Bishop f6 on the board, king e4. Yeah. He underestimated something here. And now with just 6 minutes left on the clock, I'm actually worried for white. Black has this really nice setup with rook on e6, defended by the pawn. So the b6 pawn is defended, the f7 pawn is defended, the h6 pawn is easy to defend. There are no axis squares for the queen, there are no weaknesses in black's position, or at least if there is a weakness, it is very well defended. So this makes it very difficult for white to make any sort of progress now. Bishop takes e5 is threatened, and there's no way to stop this. White needs to try to find a way to make a draw as soon as possible, because it is so difficult to change this mindset that when you are in a winning position and you know that you threw the advantage, it's so difficult to change the mindset from wanting to win as badly as possible to having to make a draw and settle for a draw. It's very difficult to make this change, but I'm sure that Jan will get to this point as he's realizing that his winning chances are basically gone now. Maybe let's take a look at a different game, because I think it's clear what's happening here. Maybe we can come back at a later point, because maybe in a few moves it will get very interesting. But for now, White is, has lost the advantage. So how about we go back to the game of Shant against Kazakowski, board 3.
Yep. Queen c8 has been played.
Okay.
With not a panical reaction, but like a little bit, nervous one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's go to Abasov versus Kuru. You mentioned Rook's endgame.
Yes.
And we concluded that it's not so simple.
Yes.
However, this seems like the worst version of it.
Yeah, this was bound to happen.
Now, chances
actually,
to save this Rook's endgame, it's really...
King h3 is apparently the bad move here. Because
Why?
before this, it was fine.
So he needs to activate the rook. Or? I don't get it. Let me try to think. Maybe he should go something like... It's a good thing. You can show this position, I don't know, to like 100 players rated from 2300 to 2700, and you will see that not many would be able to solve this one. So maybe it's necessary to push g4 immediately.
I was thinking as well, because...
But my feeling is that this is not the move. So, but just now it's about the feeling. So let me think. I need to activate the rook. So how am I activating the rook? So I was thinking rook f3, but disallow checks. Check. I was thinking to go rook d2, but then you go rook c3, and I didn't achieve much. Rook e2 to stop e4 allows again rook c3. You sure that engine is not playing games with us? I had this experience that I was sort of like burning 15 minutes in broadcast. Like it became personal, I need to find it. Come on, give me a break. And then engine says, no, it's like changing the assessment. Yeah, I don't know, that is less than 20. Come on, give me a break.
Do you have to play h5?
To lock the king?
Yeah, maybe stop this h5 move. I'm thinking maybe h5 is the problem. No?
If I need to bet, I would say that h5 is not the move.
Okay.
Sort of.
It's such a counterintuitive move. Like, why would you play h5? But yeah, I'm just worried about this h5 move from black.
So he wanted to hide the king to come up with the rook.
Yeah.
You know what can be the move? But this is very stupid. that you should push your pawn to a4, not allow him to, and to be passive a bit. But it's strange. I don't believe in that. To be passive, but with the pawn on a4.
Could be.
I would say the chances are really low, but at least I would consider that option to make here this a4 move. Something says that this should not be the move. But I don't see any other reasonable. So if I go rook d2, you go rook c3, and it's obvious. This would be sort of my try, but you see I'm wrong. And g4 is bad. Vasily?
I think did he flag?
No, he's.
Wait, what happened?
He made a draw.
Oh, because
He
of
made a
threefold
draw.
repetition.
What? -5.
Oh my God.
Minus.
Yes.
He gave threefold repetition. Why he didn't see it? He was long time, and he made a threefold repetition. Oh, he's devastated now for sure. I know Vasily. Oh, playing a fabulous game, but he cannot keep the concentration anymore. Oh, that was.
Oh, what a heartbreaker.
Queen d3, and now he's trying to find the victory. When he finds the victory, he will get again emotional. So he played queen d3. So instead of checking, why not to start with h4? What's wrong with that? And then where the king will go? Probably to g4. Maybe queen d1. Maybe even queen g2. Just taking
just take the pawn.
Whoa. Yeah, it's so tough to watch Vasily. And the problem is he cannot keep the concentration for the whole game.
Yeah. So tough. Another heartbreaker for him. He's playing so well.
Actually, they're heading towards the studio. This is our direction. We are right behind this. What?
Oh no.
Oh, he's lying? Can someone go to Vasily? I would sort of try at least, knowing him. Okay, let's. I don't know. Should we shoot this or not? I really don't know. Yeah, maybe there will be. Yeah. Okay, now he's getting to take a seat. Okay, it's getting. No,
Okay,
during
he's
European Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, he entered the studio. I was out. We were actually filming for Croatian TV, and he started to scream. So my colleagues were sort of shocked. Oof. So yeah, he just wins, but he could not handle this pressure. So going back here, Abbasov is pressing, but I'm curious now. I need to find the move. So maybe your h5 was good enough.
Okay, what about a4?
Yeah, I mentioned a4 is bad. Rook b2 is sort of bad. So maybe now we have this game where Engine starts playing games with me. Probably it's the same. Everything is sort of bad. g4 I mentioned is bad. I really don't get it. Yeah, a bit annoying, but that's how it is. So current state of...
Okay, it is h5.
It is h5. Bravo. Anna Maya, very good. But actually it doesn't say... So h5 was a crucial move. Yeah, very good. Probably he will lose this.
Yeah, because I think f5 is a big weakness, right? And if you don't get to
That
play
it's counter-logical to play
Of
h5
course,
and
of
to
course.
lose this g4, g5 way. This is, you need to be really Tigran Petrosian to play it. That you figure it out in this position, that you figure out that everything is bad, and then you play this and lose this chance to liquidate the pawns. As I said,
Yeah.
you need to be really Tigran Petrosian, yeah.
Yeah, this is something I figure out in the commentator seat, but I would never play it at the board.
I was analyzing once with my colleague, Grandmaster Kozul, some Greenfeld, Rook b1, and then there is that kind of stuff where white is going all in. And then there are like 15 sharp moves, and everything goes in white's favor, and only one move keeps the equality is king from G7 to G8. And then, as I said, Kozul said, you need to be Petrosian to realize that whatever you do is bad, only to waste time in super complicated position.
Yes. Yeah, so chess is tough.
Well, tell me about it. Kurobov managed to outplay his opponent. Big kudos to Anton. Here, Šubelj. But hang on.
Wait, what?
Really?
Why was the pawn not captured?
Really? So he didn't take the pawn? Is there something I don't see? Or rook takes and then going back to e6? Really? No, there might be something wrong with the transmission. Okay, let's go there with the camera. They see something what we don't see.
I'm very confused. I mean, he clearly didn't take the pawn.
Yeah, take the pawn. Yeah, this is the position. Okay, that's funny. By the way, I see some rooks, or rook versus a queen.
No, here we go again.
Yeah, I'll just share my opinion. So in this position, it's better not to have h3 pawn. So let's play h4. You take, and now it should be sort of easier to save the game. Only problem is that there are two pawns. So let me try to blunder another pawn. This on h7. It should be according to the table basis.
Yes.
It should be a draw. Famous game, Bu versus Savanovic in Bled, when Bu came as a super talented player, like being 16 years old. Let's bring the kings. So I know that this is a draw. So now with those two extra pawns, I don't know this. As I said, I didn't go so deep, but this is what I know. If we get those two pawns off the board, it's a draw. Presence of those two pawns, I would say that black should be able to win. However, was the right system? I don't know. I'm not sure that you should push h4. Maybe you need that square. No, you need. Yeah, okay, you should push h4 because you're taking away this g3 square. And this rook will find some hard time where to stand. Okay, this is very interesting to follow. So h4, I believe that black is just winning.
Yes.
Very instructive.
The h-pawn is taking away the g3 square for the king and the rook, so that's already limiting the moves, and white is going to end up in the zugzwang at some point. So here many moves are really good. King c4 is already a nice move. King d4 is also good. It's now played. those endgames are so fascinating because it's when you look at the position, you think, oh, there has to be a fortress. There has to be. It shouldn't be that easy to win. Black has 2 H pawns. If all the pieces are traded off, it's a complete draw. But yeah, with the right technique, right way of maneuvering the pieces, this is still winning, and it's so special. If you play rook f3 now, there's queen e4 and the rook is pinned, so that is why this is not possible. And rook a3 is, yeah, probably going to lose the rook at some point. You cannot have the rook that far away. And white is missing a lot of important squares to defend here. King h2 doesn't help either. I mean, just king h2, queen f1. Yeah. Very tough to defend here. We've seen so many interesting games this tournament. It's so amazing. Another game finishes there. Trying to figure out which board it is, but I don't see it. Maybe it's this game. I think it's a draw.
Yeah, it looks like a draw. So, what do we have? Paichadze, he was totally winning somewhere around here. Managed to outplay his opponent. It looks, with this knight on d4, that he should be winning. However, slowly he misplayed it and needed to sack his...
And white is playing for the win.
Yeah, this is nice move. You cannot take since knight d4, so you need to include check, and then queen g6 is the only move, and then you can move on.
Okay.
This game is over. It's a draw.
Yep.
Brunello. Okay. White should be winning here, unless there is something. I would say that white is winning. Chanel, hang on, they still have so many pieces.
Yes. They're just moving pieces back and forth.
Here black is winning. This is an interesting game. So Stavrula is losing, most likely. And we have Schubel, who is sort of trying to make a penetration. It seems that he managed.
Wow. Wow. There was a point we were worried for white, and now he's winning again.
Yes. Pawn's endgame, and now, how do you win?
Is it king e5, a5, king d6? No, but here's a4.
Yeah, no. It's king e5. This is easy to miss. King e5, king f7, king d6, you take, king c6, and if you push e5, king d5, oh,
then e4.
No.
You take.
Right, I need to take. And I'm winning this. Oh, come on, this is tough. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it just happens to work out. Because white is queening later. So at first it looks like black should be better, but you're not able to take pawns. Or at least white is capturing all the pawns on the queen side and then able to win that. And it's on the board.
Crazy.
Wow.
That's something special.
Very well calculated by Schubel. And here we see the playing hall is almost empty. Just a couple of boards playing. It's so nice to see when at first we have this full playing hall of 500 players, and now it's down to just a couple of boards, around 20 players left.
What was your longest game, Anna-Mar?
Oh, when I was playing in the World Youth, under 10.
Okay,
It was-
under 10 was
yes.
your longest game. Okay.
I was playing on 30 seconds the whole game. Like it was until move 40, I was playing on seconds, and then after move 40, I went down to 30 seconds once again. But my opponent had like an hour, and she spent all this time slowly but surely. And this game, I don't know, was like 140 moves. So I really wanted to go to the bathroom at some point, and I couldn't go because I was far away, and I'm just suffering so much. And I also had to defend. It was like we were going back and forth, and there were like many repetitions, but you don't know because there's over like 20 moves. So we were going back and forth. It was close position. And then at some point she broke through, but you know, she was in a better position, but she didn't manage to find the win. So then in the draw, and it was like 6 hours and 50 minutes.
Whoa.
Yes.
Under 10. No, this is heroic. Come on, people under 10, kids under 10 can play that long. Well, no, I cannot even imagine. So my longest game when I was 10 would be like 1 hour.
Really?
Yeah. Come on. How could you do it?
I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a really good tournament, but yeah, this was a tough game for me. It was not fun to play.
Crazy, incredible. Yeah, big congratulations.
Thank you.
I was not expecting that.
What is your longest game?
7.5 hours.
Oh my God.
But I was a GM. I played against Zhu Yunqiao in the Aeroflot Open, 7.5 hours. So I want to just to say connected with this topic. And at that time, really no one was in the playing hall. And I recall, so I was worse, and I managed to save the game, and then I was going to the dinner, and then actually I got this answer, which dinner, since nothing was, was there
open.
for long. So that was my longest 7.5 hours.
Wow. Yeah, it's the worst, because after such a long game, usually everything is closed, the dinner at the hotel is closed, so it's nothing left.
Yeah, true. True.
Yeah.
So here we might see a little bit longer game than expected. However, now there are some moves like Queen F6, then he will collect those two pawns. So I'm thinking of just, if I go Queen F, or I can go Queen whatever, but Queen F8 is also a move. I can go Queen H8 to collect this body. Also, Queen C6. Where will you stop with your king? But probably it's not necessary. Everything wins.
Yeah.
And we have some games finished.
I believe they're the lower boards.
Yeah, the one we mentioned, I believe. That Paichadze has finished his game. No?
No, I think he's still playing.
He's still playing. Yeah, this is Travadon, I think. He made a draw.
Safrul is still fighting, but it should not be enough.
Kurova walking. Yes, Stavrula is fighting, but not many pieces left for her. And Shubel, yeah, he will sort of convert. So let's go back to our main board, where Abbasov is playing versus Kuru. This is domination. I believe that this should be lost.
Yeah, I mean, especially now the pawn is on a3. And rook f3 is threatened. And this was what I was thinking about, that with h5 on the board, rook f3 is now a problem to how do you defend the pawn on f5? So So, but he did not play rook f3. He's bringing the king in first. I guess it doesn't hurt to put the king on e7 and then wait.
Yeah, we can see how the playing
Actually,
call.
I think that might have been a mistake.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he should have played rook f3. I don't know why he didn't play it. Maybe he was thinking that he takes the pawn on f5 and he loses the pawn on a3 with it. But yeah, king f8 is... I'm not sure what is the point of king f8. Is he trying to win time? I believe they're making moves. King g2, king e7, king f2. Okay, it seems to be fine now again. Maybe it was possible with king f8 to activate the rook. Maybe it was rook d8 check. No, also not the case. Chess is tough.
But we have our board 3 still in progress. Somehow I totally forgot about it. That's funny. White is totally winning, however, you still need to show some technique and precision.
Yeah, it's not easy to enter with the king. Shant's not making it easy, obviously.
Apasov is pressing, and he has, I think, things under control and kings under control. However, I'm not sure. Was that a good move? This way to go to e7.
Yeah, it was a bit unnecessary.
But how to play without the king?
He should have just put the rook on f3 and take f5. Because now white is getting active too.
Okay, let's bring the board to that position. So you were telling that here, yeah, now you're right, he's going the wrong way. So rook f3 and collect it?
Yeah. And then e4, and then the rook is back.
But okay, let's say rook d5. Rook f2 now. I don't need to take because rook f5, king g2, and you need to work.
King g6?
Okay, rook a5 and...
Yeah, maybe this is what he didn't like. He would lose the pawn on a3.
Yeah, but he can go rook f2 immediately. So first king g2.
Yes. And now take.
Yeah, and rook.
Yeah.
And this position he was not sure. Maybe it's winning. This is not a good one. I don't know. Maybe it's winning, maybe it's not.
Yeah.
That's how he ended up in this one.
Yeah, but now the king of white is too active, and okay, he's trying to play rook b2. And there's no rook d3. So now white has to give up the pawn on a2. I'm guessing that the white rook is simply getting active and you just keep giving checks somehow? What an endgame. Apparently king e2 is the drawing move. King e3 is bad. Makes perfect sense. Ah, I see why. Because if king e2, so let's say king e3 instead, king e3.
Okay.
So you're trying to attach to the rook because rook b2 and you don't have to take. But now if king d3, there's e4 and the pawn is moving forward and it's winning. So that's why you play king e2 to play king d1 and king c1.
Yeah, that was missed.
It's played.
King d1.
I just assumed it was king d1.
Okay, king e3. What's the problem?
Wow.
e4, rook d4.
Wow.
And I will hold here, I believe. Tough, very tough.
Ah, this is on the board. Wow. Yeah, you just cannot make any progress because white just plays king e3, king e2. Nothing else. You can probably still try with e4. And maybe get chances there. But for now, this position is equal. Let's see. Maybe we take a look at a different game for now. Because this game might go on and on.
Yeah.
Let's go to board 3.
Although we have a move now.
Oh, he gave a check. Okay, he can just play king e7 again. He cannot make any progress on the king side anyway, with king g7 that is. So king e7 back and rook d2. At some point he will have to play e4 with black. You have to play e4 to make any progress, but it's tough. Let's check board 3 real quick, because white is slowly making progress. Now with the knight on d6, you cannot play king c5 because knight e4 check.
Okay, he can start with h5. He can start with that.
Yeah, but somehow, okay, at least the knight has to move at some point. Because for now you cannot move the king, because you would lose the bishop. Or well, you can play king d4, but that doesn't help anything.
Domination, but still, as you said, Anama, it's not so clear. h5 is the move you want to make.
To play it slow.
And you don't want to let your opponent off the hook, especially 2650.
Bishop b4. I like this move. It feels so natural. Because knight b7 and maybe you can play king e5.
So he went to that side. As you said, this on b7 would be dominated. And now do you combine it with king c5 and bishop c3 back?
c7.
This is the way how you can penetrate, but maybe there is something more subtle. Maybe just a pass move.
Bishop a3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to play bishop f8, but then king e8, and then king comes back. So bishop a3 seems better. And
This was my choice. Bishop b4 was better. And after knight f7.
bishop c3 was played.
Really?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I don't get all the moves. Yeah, to be honest, I don't get it.
If knight d6. Ah, he wants to play king e5? Yeah. Knight d6, king e5. Because king e7, you win the knight with bishop b4. Okay, that's clever. And if the king moves, you infiltrate. Wow. Classy move, bishop
Yes.
c3. Very nice. This game might be over soon.
Okay, but let's wait for a second to see will black find something to make white's life harder. Schubel winning.
Yeah, still winning.
Costa as well. Queen versus rook. Brunello is trying to find a winning way.
Sanal and Tulchinsky are, I think, going to play blitz with all the pieces on the board still. Yeah, let's see, what is black going to play? It's the worst when you're in a losing position and this is not the position to resign, but what move can you make here that tries something? It's so hard to find a move that even tries something.
Yeah, he's not managing to find anything, right?
Yeah.
Just sitting there trying to at least complicate something. However, in a smart way, if you avoid those basic forks, you can dominate over the knight.
Yeah, and patience is required, and Kazakuski has been playing very well. Yeah, great technique.
Yeah, something actually I was missing some part of my career. King e7, he just moved, and king c6. Is it done deal?
Yeah. Is he trying to follow the king, perhaps? So
Yeah, maybe with
he's
the
allowing the
knight.
pawn to be captured. Maybe with king c6. I don't think it would be any
So
help.
king e7, king c6, what? King e6 or knight d8?
Yeah, I was thinking of that. I guess knight d8 has to be played because the knight cannot do anything on the dark squares.
Yeah, actually nothing to follow here. I believe that he will resign. In a
Let's go back to Abaso.
Yes, let's go back.
Some moves have been... Wait, it's winning again.
So he has misplayed it. he moved the rook. So he didn't play king e2.
Oh wow, that's very surprising.
So he played rook d2, hoping that when he locks the king, that he is...
No,
but the king, yeah, king cannot hide.
The rook
A2.
is going behind the pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, now I think that Kuru will just lose it.
Wow. Here I was thinking that Kuru was defending so well and he found the right idea, but then he started playing this rook d8 move. Tough game. He defended so well.
Yeah, regarding this game, knight d8 has been played, king b6, I believe. Okay, he wants to lock the king, but it always wins for white.
Costa is still playing this queen endgame against rook out. He doesn't seem to have made progress just yet. Because the position is very similar to what it was a couple moves ago. King is now on b6. Okay, the pawn is captured. King c6, trying to lock the king. But now king a7, he's about to play it. Knight e6, what is the plan behind this? Simply stopping the pawn? Because we want to play king b8, but then you can simply play knight c5 or knight c7 to stop the pawn. There's still some tricks in this position. Actually, if a6, there's knight c7 as well. There's still some tricks in this position, but obviously, Kazakuski, with 3 minutes on the clock, should be enough time to figure out the way to win this position. He's moving the bishop away. Very smart. Now there are no more forks in the position. And he can safely move the pawn forward. As soon as the knight lands on the dark square, the bishop will be able to attack it from far away. And then you can slowly move the pawn forward. Knight went to c5. So now it would make sense to play bishop f2, I think. And he's playing it, bishop f2. The knight has to go. Knight d7. It's now time to play a6. I think it is. The bishop is on a perfect position, controlling this diagonal so that the pawn can safely reach a7. But one more thing, you have to keep an eye on king c7. So here, bishop f2 was played and knight d7.
Okay, a6.
Yeah, and king c7, you have the check.
Yeah.
And then you make any move with the bishop, like bishop h2.
Okay, he's taking different route. Bishop b6. Right? Also, as you like to say, a classy move.
I like it because it stops king c7. And black has to make a move, so whatever black does, he will be able to reach the square for the king. So either king b7 or king b8 will be played next. Very nice.
Knight e5 has been played, and a6, I believe, will follow.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense now.
Okay, a6, black will go back, and then bishop d4.
Or bishop d8.
Yeah.
Kazakuski making sure that he has a winning plan.
Yeah, he's pushing a6. No.
No. King b8. Wow.
That's also good.
And after knight d7?
King c8.
Wow, he's going for this endgame.
Yeah, everything wins. You know, he also sees that if after knight d7, he can go back if he's not sure.
Yep.
Which sometimes helps.
Very nice game by Kazakuski. He played so well from the very beginning, putting so much pressure on Shant. Shant is very difficult to take down. We saw so many players that had such good results, and every single time the person that they lost it was Shant. Every single time I noticed this, that Shant is the one that takes down all those sort of underrated players or players that have a really good tournament. It's always Shant who manages to beat those players. But here today he had a very tough position early on, and it was very difficult to get out of that situation. The pawn is captured on g4, but that should not help because the pawn should be moving forward soon. He can play bishop d4, and that's it. Or actually, king b5. Oh, king b5, king b7, of course. But you have to keep the bishop on the diagonal then. Oh, he pushes a6, of course. a6, and the pawn is unstoppable, and I think he's going to resign now. Oh, knight e5, yeah. You have one more threat.
If you push, draw.
I'm surprised you're not losing that.
Yes. And bishop d4.
Knight d7, king c8. And now resigned. Nice win for Kazakuski.
Very impressive. Very classy. Fantastic game. Sharp game. Getting advantage. Very good.
Well-deserved win.
Converting. How about Abbasov? Now he's just winning. It will be H and F, but far away. This is our sort of last game, which will finish very soon. Okay, we have a few more.
Yeah, we have Brunello still fighting to win, but okay, he's still doing fine, but yeah, it's taking some time to make progress.
Okay, yeah, he will come.
With the king.
Abbasov winning.
Nice win. I mean, Kura was defending so well. He's
win
not
by
happy.
Abbasov. A big thing can stay with the camera here. I will just show you what are the other things.
The pawn on h4 was captured. Wow. I'm not sure if that was part of the plan.
He wins because he will come with the king to f1 at some point. Okay, the idea of if you go king e2, rook e4, maybe king f3. Yeah, and I win. So this doesn't work. My point was if I take, then rook f4 draws. So, yeah, he's coming. So queen g4, rook g4, queen f5. Yeah, he's winning. Very well played by Costa.
Wow, very nice.
Queen is on c2. So he already collected. Are we lagging?
Yeah.
There is no pawn on f2, right?
Yeah, rook g4. Yeah, he captured it. Or maybe f3 was played. Queen f5, f3. And then queen c2. Okay.
Oh, this is the dead lost.
King h1 and queen d3. Yeah, pawn is hanging. If king g2... Okay, he can collect the pawn soon. Yeah, once the king is out, it's very difficult to make a fortress again. It's 1 minute on the clock. What is he going to play? There's no way to get a stalemate position either. Too many pawns on the board for this. King h2. Okay. Interesting idea, but I think black can just take the pawn. Just take the pawn, get the king closer. I guess you do have to be a little careful. You cannot play any move with black. But it should be winning. Maybe he's thinking of a different move. Okay, he takes the pawn. Rook goes to g1, okay, but now king f2.
Yeah, dead lost. Resignation.
Rook g4, h5.
Yeah. Yeah, he will play it. Last nail in the coffin. But also probably a lot of queen d5 wins maybe.
But then at least you have a check, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah. No, queen d5 doesn't win. It's not the best. Yeah, h5 is the move.
Any queen move on the third rank is a draw.
Because of rook g2, rook g1.
Yes, yeah.
This is a funny thing. Wherever you place rook g2 and you cannot avoid those checks.
But okay, it would be absurd to move that queen there.
h5.
rook g1.
And now Probably just some queen. Where will we put the queen? Queen d5.
Yeah. He plays
Queen
queen
f4.
f4.
Okay.
King h1.
I don't get it. This. So why didn't he play queen d5? This is checkmate. Or winning the rook. Okay, wherever you go, you drop the rook. So he went for queen f4. Okay, and then?
Still thinking?
I told you, queen versus rook, don't give checks all the time. So the idea is to centralize the queen. I learned, I spent, how many hours of those end games. You play something like queen e4, queen d5. This is the trick how you do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, centralizing the queen, very important, and then it's very difficult for white to defend anymore. He will have to give a check. Well, he doesn't have to, but it's nicer to give a check and then put the queen on, I don't know, e4, d5.
d5, yeah.
Somewhere on the diagonal that makes it difficult for white to keep defending. Also, Brunello seems to have found a way to win. So that game should be over very soon. Okay, he plays it queen f3 check, king h2, and now queen e4.
Yes.
You can tell from his facial expressions and how he's sitting that he has it figured out.
No, it's typical.
Yes.
Anything else? So we're done. Brunello, what did he do?
He won.
Yes, and Costa is winning. So what do we have today? So we have David Anton with 7 points.
He's the only one with 7, yes.
Then we have players with 6.5. These are Edis Gurel, Kazakowski, Suleimani, Kacharava, right?
Yes.
Azenberg, he is. Also, I think Dekhtiarov, Maurizi, Lagarde. So many players with 6.5. Huge
yes,
group.
a lot of players still fighting for the title, and the game finished. Costa wins, very nicely done. And yeah, we had another day with a lot of exciting games.
Yeah, that's it. We will conclude our day. So thanks for following. Thanks for being with us. Tomorrow there is a round, same time, same place. Then we have a free day and last 2 rounds, players fighting for titles, norms, qualification spots. It will be interesting for sure. So see us tomorrow, same time, same place.
See you.